Parallel worlds, dimensions to this reality. A part of space exploration is parallel worlds. Dimensions, other shapes like mountains, dimensional to our space, and sometimes space departments have location stations that connect, or outer world people do. There are doctors and space people here, flight people, technicians, that have such houses, locations that we can visit, bridges created by God, star, space energies woven into our world. Dimensions to an astronaut is just another part of space. New height, a height that isn't always up, but through speed or a spacecraft opening up. A tunnel and flying out to it. The dimension sitting out in a pocket hidden in a special shape location. Most galactic launches use this type of engines. Metal engine whips going diagonally fast onto regular systems. Conceptual space, higher space, a burble of static, broken space, pockets that we don't see, even diagonal places sticking out of our own worlds. Solar system, rotating in, we only can see through our window. A narrow view of what's around us, up against the pane of the world. Even flying around it is in the window pane. The lower moon is in the pane and connects the bottom, not far from this atmosphere, changing. It's like looking at a car inside and not seeing everything outside. Our side of Earth is just a segment connected to a larger rim Earth, not completely round, not completely flat. We are a hanging mountain on it. One slope, the rim world, connects to what to us is other dimensions. That rim world has been manufactured into a parallel world. So in space, deep space, outer universe, deep space, there are dimensional stations. A dimension is created from a black hole, which connects to other dimensions, shapes, lost spaces, other reality, are sometimes taking place in them, parallel realities. Other people living next to them, the rim world, disk in space, rimmer shells, asteroid rim colonies, and rim shelves that people live on, connect to our floating, hanging mountains. The basins, barrier rims, world below, above, support this. They have the other segment to our moon, the outer moon, the world rims that go up to it, its broken front, tall mountain rims towering above the planets, rims that are planet rims to themselves, high peak rims, so pressurized altitude that its fog shields it from us, the third heaven, if you will. The high peaks go above our reality, made for giants taller than our concept of what tall is. Size, dimensional size, alien to us. Our heavenly fathers, where you take sports, states, and territories. Other regions, there are outer world rims to us that have all of that to them. We are a lower district without the territory space. And our planet hides what little territory we have that connects to it. The space mountains to us Mountains to them are too vast, too tall. We have to shield them to us. They alone are other worlds, stations on these worlds, above them. In space outside them, we call interstellar space, is just the outer space to our world. To the giants living on lands, vast territory, mountain train, rocky rims, frontiers, canyons, mountain rims sitting in space, outer, above our solar system, segments connect a part of our segmented world or rim. The space part, the nebula high mountains above, the vineyard fields, alien potato farmers, high stellar lands to us, local home to us, that connect local galaxies to us, faster, higher space, cut off from normal space. Basins that Romans crossed outer lands beyond the poles, Arctic trenches or Antarctic trenches beneath Earth and its rim. A rim ball outside a smaller rim ball. These are world our space people are connected to. Flight bridges. We are but an inner island. We can't even see the further higher parts of the sun or its belts, bands, the system. We just see one flame ball. They see greater systems connected to our galactic rim. And its sun and the outer mining Earth beltway system in space. Charts sold on the rim Earth showing the other planets we don't have. That rim sun, outer Mars in higher space, the system of it, outer rim, different versions of, to us, Russia and its furthest stations, its galactic travel stations and explored rims around the space Earths, the intergalactic highway, space highways connected to Sunbelt Vortex, the NASA worlds going out to them, the rim NASA and our space discovered worlds, deep space and systems out there, different sides of our rim into vast higher space, faster, further up out of our dimension to the island of our world rim. Compared to the greater Earth system, the bands of it through space, the greater solar system Earth, bands and strides connected. The lands, continents, no planet, no strands of lands around it, inhabited, cut off due to an asteroid strike. Why we are an island world. In a sea of other outside bases, rims, worlds, stretching to the little sun, beyond, separated, but not always. Halves to our world mapped long ago, a strip of world going on to be flown over, spacecraft, sides of our world lost, cut off, due to ice ages and the outer galactic belts of Earth, its basins cut off. To more local systems due to the asteroid strikes that separate dimensions. The outer quadriums of Earth, the universal quadrants to our Earth outside the outer sun, and other quadrants connected to the more universal system, all mapped by a higher sun. Space miners, the periplex sun rim grid stations, the station walls fronts built around the suns that control weather, dimensions, stations, connected grids that control the sun itself, and the outer space lands nearby it, the space worlds, baseline space systems. Accelerate technology stations using light accelerator, time particle beams of red light to station base worlds in the outer rim of it near the hotter parts going into the sun belts, other sun, and mining belts, these starways of galactic interstellar Estella Earth that was cut off by galactic-sized asteroid, the side of Earth broken, which is the larger whole part of it. Lower segments are lower beneath the galactic asteroid belts on the other side, going into the galactic interstellar asteroid belts, into our local galaxy. Milky Way galactic space systems and exploration came from galactic moon asteroid belt exploration to reach higher star systems that protect from space fires, stars falling, shooting them, and asteroids. But the rebellion led to the decline of that, and the power grid failures, the moon and moon belts in the star higher space asteroid belts of stars, the space around higher than astronauts that first visited long ago, that drifted into black hole space belts connected to stars, the higher Mars-like planets in them, Martian bases, lands, stations around them in broken parts near stars, little stars. Big ones have bigger systems around them, stars that are bigger than our concept of the universe. Currently, massive beyond the bands of Orion, the super universal black holes that stretch into this space, the lands, basins beneath going on forever, making us see how small we are with super speed in them. Universe of time and space crossed in negative time. This is real space, connected to higher systems, space above it, fourth heaven, where the rocks are still spinning violently. Waterfalls of rocks traveling faster than light along the bands connected to the super parts of the black hole voids, the space around them. True highway to the other universe. But to us, other universes, multiverse of black void, holes in space, speed, many high mountains above valley, the divided earth cities re-landscaped. In the undivided earth above, where mountains of men set up houses like space forts and centers, and they were out there, but a man's home is his castle. When you think about, we all have lived different lives, many in a day. The undivided earth had space mountains, high. Look out to Orion. Look to the north. You see a star pattern, but I see a family's house above in the rocks, further out. The rocks were spinning. Space, or it can be a shielded mountain, nebula world above, the lights to the house. Below, I see from family where they fix chocolate candy at Christmas for a son, a baby, a daughter, the whole family. Watch shows as space-time zone landscaping rode over their potential wealth as they were adopted into space programs. Space centers. They gave away to be public. It was wrong. I see people in this world, siblings from other mothers, fathers, that look similar from those heavenly glories. Mountains, maybe they were one of them. Who knows? The nurseries. For a mother prays for her son to come, or her sister or daughters, and as an angel he arrives. A mom for every time zone. It's all different. Only the Father knows, the man who runs the place. There is our divided world, then there is space divided stations, which to a giant seem like a world. Giants, families by events. A higher world altitude, pressure, bigger, steeper. Even to the giant, like the weight of a world is literally on your shoulders in every step. The pressure is. The heights, monuments, beyond comprehension, the undivided, the peak to the rim world. As a universe of a world compared to this, a universe of high slabs, slopes, going up edges, bends, rims of worlds, and plateaus, tops, others, undivided stretches, planet systems, universe compared to this barrier below, the greater Earth, and system, shield planet, and space, and down to Earth, the great divided. The Earth was divided in the Bible. History. Children connect time zones like angels, past to present, taking from the future. Galileo Frey. You see, man designed the worlds, bigger systems. When the rocks were spinning, world beyond us, we have our known systems. All inner systems have outer cousin systems, greater of the same. Like Earth's Betelgeuse. And Betelgeuse, we are connected through space, the star Betelgeuse and the planet systems of it. Shortcuts and further out systems seem local to the angels, since the power structure failed, the grid, landscaping, spinning energy, rocks, the development of angel babies. Lost. No, you're not born. God knew you before you were born. I shift through dimensions in a power grid failure. Was given a birth papers, but I didn't come from, nor was I born. Yet the grid placed me. Through the dimensions, from my playrooms in space houses, travelways, flight grid systems, into my current mom's house, depressurizing me. Take modern doctors in space worlds. They have NASA, oxygen, hyper air rooms, engineering, simple, where a baby can ascend into the world, not develop of it. Pressures, physics, dimensional pressures, gauges, flight systems, or mountain pressure. Doctors or air conditioning men, high tech. Like Mark and my neighbor Jim, my doctor, family friend, local legend. People similar to them from here to there. It's the similar things, that events, that make families out of people. Connected, undivided flight systems, grids, the secret universal Earth system that other world connect to, that little lights divide, great ones magnify. There is but one Earth to God. It stretches far beyond the lower solar system of the inhabited world. Things lost to history, science of Earth, yet to an angel is taught the map to the space worlds of Earth, and pockets that connect even our world, the map. Doctor, where or who? That's the question. It takes a science doctor to go to distant places, travel, meet others, adventure, which is what the cartoon characters do in a heroic way. Always the local series of interactions or events. Words on a screen. Light white cartoon, black TV, old-fashioned. More than that, the stories, scenes, the move through, and the purpose of each character's stories move through in these worlds and systems, engineering or structure of it. In story that they hero through it. Interactions that the heroes, heroics, by moving there or being in the series, taken from film rolls, projectors, shows that we watched. Projector, given sound, modern yet older. Watch older sessions on a very old system. That's my baby entertainment and education. Seems like a childhood at times. A minute is packed with described hours of shows in one picture frame, that the way it moves. Superheroes. These old red light projector box systems, equipment, sound, screens, TVs, that TV stations host to the sole person viewer, and yet some bigger broadcasts relayed the family-like structure of characters, educating stories about the engineered space worlds and heroes. Different kind of category of story. I won't get into our world, universe, space station. Vast flight complex for deep exploration missions. To me, it's just Dad's house, the stations. The father figures who, through events, became that much like the cartoons themselves, the educators. Then there's the classics, the stories with others. The presenters are in the stories, yet layers depicting our universe, world, engineered, or just places they travel, and the series of place to place, lessons on life and other lessons, different stories, ventures, and other places have stories, people stories, series, and the superheroes move through, and that the average becomes superhero. Locations with stories, people, events unfold, educational, but stories, movies, goings on. In segments with continuity in them. While drifting over in space, French, German, Zeppelin, Heisenberg-like builders, Italian architecture, world-famous structures, living on planets, space galaxies, and strides, launched a space Zeppelin airship. Aliens showed up, calico, marigold, brown. It crashed. They had another space launch. It wrecked hundreds of years earlier, and detected another wreck with radar many years prior on those strange outer civilizations of people lost. On one outer civilization, the sky burnt dark brown as distributions happened. Volcanic surge, earthquakes shook the world. Gray, black and white, underground static, bunkers and caves beneath the earth. Old cars driving underground in tunnels during a war threat, bomb test, aliens. A horror film was being shot about this at that time, but it was real. As the world was being destroyed, radiant bombs, earthquakes shake the world. People in the bunkers were safe for now. Deep cavern bunkers built, trying to migrate to the next world, but they had the same trouble. As space star blasts, light, silver, white static, the sky was on fire. Lava poured down the evacuation road. World bridges trying to be crossed. The war of the worlds. Bunkers with weapons, not just people. The horrors of war. They had to save the lives of the people, but not suffer others to live horrors. Bomb tests. The German were with them. Space systems were taken and moved. Large rocket ships blasted, moved. Space gravity satellites and high-tech silver space gravity pulse devices, space beacons, waves, thrusts through stars as they moved them to Earth and its neighbor Earths. The band system of Earth, separated by small space gaps leading into a vast Roman world to the south of Orion segment. The base plateaus were being set up for defense. The German and Outer Belt Ruskian Soviets used such ships, but more fire heat grade, using much gold and iron, metallic lights, space gas fields, as the Cold War was pursued, and world wars in previous years that destroyed a German home capital world. Golden arches. A new German force occupied the ruins. Wires, electrical guns, hot, broken in the ruins. The greatest weapons world destroyed by new rockets. Massive bombers in thousands of years of prior bombed each other's countries' planet bases. Space wars were just starting with UFOs. We called them outer rims structure. Mercury Belt or Sun Belt miners launched heated attacks but were broken. Paraplexia, iron metal weapons worlds, sun mines, death camps, engines of iron metal, propellants, wheels, mine, the Mercury sun belts in space, blasting the iron machine together. Children's cartoons depicted in video how it could never be stopped, but held together spacelands that would not be livable, and launches into blue suns near the main sun star. Had the Russians been working with more advanced systems of people and gone outside this to the deadliest stars or largest microwave universal fields of stars, radiation blocking whole universe, intense radiation star wheel stations, light radiation emitters, cancelers. The higher systems managed hot, very hot, large suns, smaller but vast compared to ours, and stone walls around them in the sun belts. And were very high tech, good at it. Lasers, new accelerator beams for cutting and holding the sun back. The walls, mining field stations, equipment, duplex structures, stations around them, citadels for living in vast domes, green zones, and major red light flashes that held the sun's energy back. The Periplex sun star for our Earth. A series of them in that system. Ours was red. For our Earth, band fields, tree worlds, fronts with people in them during the world wars. They built a western front station rims around the hot belts. Great war effort built this. Building a land bridge to cross it. Everyone counted them out to cross the lost breaches and beaches. And worlds lost. Space world. Maybe people trapped, praying, singing, starving in churches of Christ, praying why the world leaders did what they did and failed. The fields ready to be managed if this bridgeway could balance the heat. What was on the other side? Telescopes tried to detect during subworld eclipses. Mercury asteroids broke the systems, and the power grids were destroyed of our universe system band. Cartoons told kids why and how it affected time, the weather, why not much rain came in some lands, and the cut off Mars-type worlds and lost missions 1970s era in deep space. Stations fizzle out in space, and the NASA spacecraft, the lost astronauts connected to the families, the relatives, live on worlds around the asteroid belt rim of outer Earth, the parallel families. In the higher space dimensions that we are all from, mentioned in the Bible, were due to all these power failures cut off. the elevators to it. From our world to that other place, and places between, and access to high space was lost. The fast, higher space, families pulled apart. The Bible was a metaphor about this. The rich just locked themselves in with their wealth rather than lose everything. Certain shows on public TV was lost, affected, shown in an alternate way that only local stations would show. Many called people with creative minds, with different perspectives, conspiracy theorists, gaslighters, urban legends, or doing the contrary of that, to the way the books said in their interpretation of it. Everyone was getting mentally treated in the New World Order, whether they knew it or not, or what for. No one was to have even dreams when they were babies, and their first impressions of the world, because that's what tells you who you really are, where you're from, what network you belong to. Ports along the large hidden island to this forgotten bay cut off. No migrants allowed. Children in nurseries. Southern lands, island lands. The Confederates held South American land and Africa land. The Confederate outer belt lands were just a rumor, or were they? Other port worlds broken off from each Earth could fly to with special shuttles to guide the planes. Even small, really fast continent flights needed jet support. A phone system called TimeNet for high-ranking members. Dimensional airports, radiant light to strengthen passengers' super ability. The children of the neighborhoods, cousins, friends, mountain edge of Earth. Atlantic, the families lined in a row. A space shuttle flew overhead, bringing in the new baby. He was the doctor. Heaven or network, metaphor, or all the above, the true version, dreams having meaning. Programming from before the foundations of the worlds, the higher children's nurseries connected to an Alabama island outage near the Bahamas underground facility, and TV stations were shut down due to disruptions, small disturbance. Ports along the large hidden islands to this forgotten bay cut off. No immigrants allowed. Children in nurseries. Southern island lands. The Confederates held South America land, Africa, the Robert Islands. Secret lands that ports built on for space program during the first real moon missions. Confederates spoke of different Confederates in outer belt worlds coming back, and had they been sabotaged by Russians and Americans, the Confederate outer belt lands were just a rumor. A part of World Belt Space Grid Alliance, though, it was. Few local stations existed which connected to the Milky Way Earth's NASA system or Apollo or Galactic Milky Way space programs. With all the explored grids at risk, every science from every solid good mind was needed and welcomed. Other port worlds broken off from each other could be flown to with special shuttles to guide the planes. Even small, really fast continent flights needed jet support. Early on, the Germans had satellites, power systems, and could dilate time. It was taken by the outer German worlds. A phone system called TimeNet for high-ranking members. Everything you wrote had to be stamped with it. Scientific. The U.S. took it over, continued it. Dimensional airports, radiant light to strengthen passenger's super ability, Grace's telescope. Grace, the child of an astronaut from a world near the Grace Plateau planets. Her grandfather left her the telescope. It sent a scan out and could view through the telescope deep space. Better, trillion times better than even Hubble telescope. A multi-billion-dollar technology. It could broadcast its signals to other worlds, used in the long-range call systems of the astronauts' galactic space program for exploration. It could see through time. Special technology known as the Grace astronaut Gilead, the planet of Earth. A boy born in 1989 on Gilead, neighbor of Earth, through the Star Trek system envelopment port, is moved, floated to other worlds in its path. He lives a life as a baby and is reborn on a planet Earth in the year 1989, which is, seasonally, a weaker time field. Stopping by Earth colonies, playing. He is abducted during his toddler life 3 times by connected family member aliens, but the enveloper port times places him throughout his second family's space life on other world stations as a baby. Dimensional, with NASA doctors passing through the dimensions, a broadcast zone, mountain time, world grid allowed the shuttle to travel between times, which made them think he was a Christmas miracle to be seen in that many family photos. Him and his cousins, the playground. The director of fun, Space Force. A young man called Matt Mattis lived on a beyond Earth Point mountain above Earth in Canada, second world, that once connected him and another friend called Mark Mattis, similar relation, were next door friends to Radke and the boy astronaut, 16. They played a space park games through Canada on the playground when they were little boys, with Amy, Amber, and astronaut kids and former presidents near a spooky house in the woods, fine rock house. They lived in a house across the street from the woods, which was space park property due to a meteor and mining of rare earth metals. The house was on a broken part of Earth. Earthquake line, many storms happening here. Strangely, time storms affecting Earth's rotation. Here the boys had super running ability, made to look like their second home, connected by a grid gravity hole. These were travel points for the children's alternate parallel egos. Rural areas, woods in the middle of nowhere. They would play in a ghostly game world where children from different times were seen playing with them, airtots of time. Some were related to their parents, cousins, children loved playing in the time woods. It was a closed private theme park technology, or so they were told. They had astronaut toy games, high-tech playrooms. The nearest town was a airport stopway, growing city that they built on as a playground activity in a day or so. Near a racetrack, they built a playground copy of the track inside of it for street hockey. They're on a farmland of their parents. A world where friends would camp, live in these playground woods. Friends. It was in this grocery store that Rad wrote at his house before a 10-page paper on particle accelerators converting light to travel around stars, and the universe paper crossed the port at night, handed his work to a sergeant of port. They later built the machine. He was inspired by a trip to a neighbor cousin family's house, babysitter mom, watching a sun eclipse, thinking of aliens trying to fly around stars but not making it. Watching special programs that only high-ranking members of space community could watch, children's educational shows pulled from regular network due to hidden messages. His neighbor Jim would watch these shows with him. He brought them over just as space shuttle rockets, top secret, flew over, watching on special broadcasts that the public didn't have. Many upgraded satellite packages had talk shows, kids shows, public didn't have. They were given free samples and got pulled. Well-known galactic actors resembling world-renowned actors, alternate versions played in hit spin-off shows, like similar to Doctor Who kids shows. Educational, which aired on special XP computers, which let you shape the viewing experience. And they were interactive, like a game. You could change the scenes in the show. Special high-tech XP computers allowed you to make special edits of shows mixed with modern spin-offs. See how it would have played out in that timeline. Whenever a child was sick, the doctor mom came over. She was a cousin, sister, a twin, and they would watch these computer shows. She was related to those actors, cousins. Her second family in Space Canada, whose cousin, grandfather, Peter James Capello, was an astronaut lost in space on the moon station. His grandfather played in a off-world movie series about Jesus Christ in the time of Christ, 2,000 years ago. The creator of the movie series was Ronnie Jones, who was an archaeologist exploring off-world Roman sites near our solar system section. His great-grandfather made a movie about Rome and a story that forever changed them. Later, galactic slavery, which is in the movie, space mine temples, Roman buildings, asteroid colonies turned into a world. They stood at the gates of Alexia, Russia, and outer world empires invading them. His son was kidnapped in front of Radke when he was a boy. They were all related to. Rescued, though. They were all related to a space astronaut from 1969 by the name of Fred, whose space parents had a large family off-world Star Wars program. His brother, founder of a colony beyond the star Spica. Many children lived there, watching films in Star World theaters. Mr. Thrasher became related to many royal families, good relations. Daughters Romana and Amber, many different versions of them, in different brothers' households were born. Due to genetic manipulation to make them similar to their great-grandmother, a movie star, and the family astronauts. Playing in James Dennis Dean movies, black and white cars, bank scenes, crime, shady. Later starring in children's movies for Canada's Frosty type and blockbusters. Jim's great uncle went out with her aunt, Amber, a cryptozoologist who collected dinosaurs. Family live in the African English colonies and North Atlantic African colony, Amkara. He owned a theme park, Vacation World Falls. Many Canadian public broadcasting system territory shows, the Amber and Ramona played in children's episodes of Time Lane Adventures, Teaching Things, School program, ancient lands with dinosaurs, prehistoric bones, fossilized worlds to be studied, explored, and Loch Ness type monsters. The higher lands, many flying dino birds, galactic dinosaurs in space. Pedro Peter Capallo owned a bridge building company that fell apart due to space land accident, galactically shutting down a galactic space highway where shuttles would carry people everywhere. Earth never got connected, but had Northern Plains representatives in America, Canada worlds elected, but only to special heads of household members. Outer shell worlds and state parks for national emergency, to evacuate and hide in the underground centers built for universal calamity on galactic caves, local galactic space zones, high mountains, and a volcano. There Germans mined, which erupted millions of miles away galactically beyond the asteroid belt, the major one, to a hidden corner where a world living along it was devastated and hid underground, cars fleeing during the Great World Wars. Where space nukes were tested on empty under-edge rim beaches of Earth's Foundation's solar system worlds. Russia tested many German, American, Soviet stations. Brown Russian Stalinism on a war-torn world, enslaved, industrialized ironworks. Such worlds threatened Earth, a galactic Israel and Desireel German war zone. Graveyard encased in green rock slab. Glass war as a monument. The outer rim lower zone near Orion lost. No colonies could be made due to war with Indian nation, saddened working with alien genius with images, a drop to the exogalaxy of the Milky Way. He was trying to help, leading to star mines, suns too hot to cross, but a wicked astronaut program to do just that. Blue hot star rims, rumored, the beaches beyond them on a world called Periplex, where nice and sent a transmission outer rim people of those stranded due to star disk breaking zones, the War of the Worlds. Ancient stories of a galactic Orion world's flood. Orion Indians wanted to fix these problems. Chinese Orion Indians had stations deep out in space, would fly near Space Atlantic, separate country from each other, but stretched nearby. So the children would hide in Space Center NASA houses, play hyperbaric oxygen tent, space doctor, playground alliances between worlds in these houses with the children, nurseries for air tots in space-time development. Children that would have prior birth memories of moms, the mom they have now, the mom they know, same family or a sister or a twin or a parallel version. Living international time zones, always mirroring their home on Earth's pressures, baby memories. Playing baby toys, singing songs like "He'll be coming around the mountain when he comes," singing, laughing at these travel houses. Matt and Mark lived many of these worlds, had TV shows that the kids watched on public network, stretching the galactic NASA network. They watched over their brother Radke and his Earth sibling Rad. Airtots, friends, played together, best friends, almost alternate egos. They also had prior heaven or alien world family memories of being a baby. The NASA families all wanted Rad to be their boy, as soon as seen on scanner floating and living with the nursery kids. Where did he come from? thoughts of alien potato farmers, edge vineyards of galactic Earth, cut off during volcanic eruption, airplanes farmed the lands, grapes set up by galactic American ally Russia. Beach world lay between an edge Roman Antarctica's underbelly of Earth, hollowed mountain layers, caves, connected to seabed polar lands, connected to alien space Canadian zones. NASA was at a collapse. The network conceptual lands, people become space educated and closed down worlds, too liberal. World zones. The Soviet modern Russians were owning the newer countries with their old space programs, rocket launches and rocket space deep mission ships to colonize new heights. Rad left the papers right on the border bay of Canada's Alabama of NASA station. He flew to Germany under a NASA Army guarded flight and saw a off-world flight company who wanted to pay him for it. He ran and hid on a plane off-world to Germany, country, rim continent, and world, seeing a German house of a famed leader under evaluation, taking photos, stopping at his nearest relative, a German cousin, grandfather, with again a mom similar to his. He spent German Christmas with them on this subland, headed back to sub-Bermuda, Alabama, mid-world island. Washed out drops, spillways, at his grandfather. Flew in at a shoreline set of houses where his new accelerated beam was to be tested, and his grandfather put work into another project going with it. Sat at his house in Mobile, German Shores, Alabama. Bermuda, a military base known for its sports, football teams, Olympic Games, coming to Earth's at Stonehenge, edge of Earth, a giant rock balcony, giant planet-sized slabs of rocklands, what we known as galactic system Earth, perimeter shell, where the Germans migrated from, vast forest lands. Work effort to power the flight. No one ever crossed its star or suns, plural, that went around each other, behind each other. Two sunrises could sometimes be seen. Eclipse days, southern lights, polar lands, frigid at night, all disappearing. Our Earth due to re-landscaping. Many thought the disconnection was a good thing. Less work. You could see space forever. Deep, cold space. Twinkle of faint stars. Suddenly they went into a room. He called all his brothers and cousins. A grandfather's conference, calling his brothers and cousins. They all met at their adjoining households across all these zones, on a computer. Noises were picked up and spaced. Something moving very fast. A spaceship flew over. The boy had stayed in outer zone, France, UK, Germany, with people he was sure looked like cousins. Toward the war-torn regions of Germany, Mercedes, golden arches, strange worlds, car lots. He even passed them notes, copies, at different ports. Ideas, space, metal robot tanks, round. To the left, connected African zone, thousands of years of war by attacking primitives, but later World War II, modern weapons, tanks, superinversions, metal suits, litter of bodies in metal suits. Jungles that a meteor struck, embedded on the edge of Earth beach, causing sickness. Small colonies of German, English countries were compassionate. TV shows depicted this, thousands of years of signals in space. The well-known German old-fashioned police were helpful. The coast got extended due to an alien Roswell-type crash during the test of Apollo Accelerator that distracted them, as they lost control of their engine at the house, above the house. As a baby in Canada, there was kidnapped one of the 3 abductions. Child into an alien woman's airplane during this time frame by an alien woman carried him out the bed in his sleep, flying the airplane from outer space world over Canada, heading to Virgo, Canada, up north, back home at the airport, being in the car with her driving hundreds of miles per hour down the highway. She had strange big eyes, gave him strange drugs. She flew around but he grabbed the controls of the plane, and he's related to Rad, and cars flying home, and so he flew it home and landed at the airport. She tried to retake off. She flew back past an alien saucer after the missing plane, causing the alien ship in Mobile to crash. She was taking him to meet her daughter and tried to change planes, move him. Later, the boy walked in the conference room, raised his hand, which triggered a light on the computer control. As 2 spaceships crashed, hovering over Earth, or being shot down, as his light converter fired into space, distracting them. A spaceship that hit Earth as it lost control of an engine valve, so fast it looked dimensional. Like a spray hose nozzle, super speeds set to go around the universe, galactic shell, and back through Orion, which a black cloud was moving in. Black hole detected. That's where they were going. They hit the beach. Embedded in the forest, the boy ran out of the house. His friend Radke arrived as he ran to the woods hills across an army base to see a now sunken Navy port station. He entered the craft and got spun by a rotor. It was extra dimension. Spin space. He saw alien people and what looked like prisoners, trafficked slaves in a compartment. Oxygen dimensionally bigger. Suddenly the space zones lit up, could be seen for trillions of miles, if landscape shorter. He fell into the engine compartment and turned a crank which grounded the ship before they could reset time and take off. Jamming it, he got out, grabbed the engine, sucking the forest, threw it into a hole. He threw it into a hole in the foothills. Ran back. Underground bases exposed. Nursery theme parks of the future were now gone. Later on next day, the sun rose at night in the morning. His neighbor's kid had a submarine toy playing in the creek bed at his house. They had another rundown place next door that their neighbors were buying. Vacation property. Playing looked like days transpired of playtime on this property. Toy cars, bikes, downhill side driveways. The submarine, the neighbor let him in it. Later he came back from the woods with a fragment of the nozzle. After stopped by a country house of a 17-year-old cousin girl to his neighbors, his cousin's friend's Warren's sister, playing wood survival with Paul, Mac, and Philo's great-grandson and Jim children. Old rustic houses. He put in the submarine. He fixed it. It was dimensional. It created like a shield. He had help that set up survival household things, vacuuming. Playing around, working on it, and uncovering old house sunken in the mud that were under the creek, playing video games of a very old nature, meeting double doppelgangers of his brother. He was trying to dispel the dimensional energy. Said that they might have to sell their family stretch of estates of Mobile Creek Islands. He jumped in the sub, the alien engine connected to the propellant of the sub down. He went in, it tunneled, bored into the mud creek bed, into the hotbeds, underground stations. Suddenly it jammed, going too fast with power. He hit the ocean floor, underwater volcano, which was just a hotbed and it was dormant. There was no intense lava. He fell into some molten black soot. Fire. The alien engine coated the shell of the sub with metal sealant. Leaking. No leaking. There was a old missile ground flight bed station going down. He was in its passage, going into the cooler, unmolten lava-like ground, but it was a part of a gold mine which his neighbor worked at. In the ocean, his neighbor picked him up on radar and had the government probe the ground for him. His friend called him, but was it him? His friend Radke had taken it from him. He had just showed up before time, was bending around him. He left him with a virtual headset and told him to help assist him with operating on the engine in the sub-control. He had a dimensional box he carried on his chest. The tools, they were both very little. Radke was short and had said he came from a nursery, saw him, wondered if he remembered. Radke was a dimensional alien who was growing up in the children's nursery, being dimensionally flown to different parts of different dimensions. But he was the best friend of Rad, growing up in the nursery. He said he took a dimensional ship here with his older brother. They both took the sub for a creek spin beforehand, playing as other kids wanted turns. Rad got out. Radke was the one under the ocean. Time warped around the play world. Screams were let out. Bloop, bloop. Out he came to a sunken beach near German UK. A mid-country subcontinent that the U.S. had. A Florida-like underground resort world. He met strange people who watched strange videos about a guy on a shipwrecked beach with romance, surviving on a beach, ancient primitive giants, big men building costly treasures, ancient turtles. He had seen on a radar a Star Wars ships underground, and volcano leviathans chirping. Subterranean world. They had movies on Apollo, secret programs, creature life of the worlds, advanced knowledge, alien pointy ears aliens like Apollo combined with NASA in tube glass ships, Apollo ships, Star Trek, special programs, movies. But then a cove house had NASA tapes. He watched the space program's secret stations advancements, galactic NASA 1,000-year-old first space missions, the galactic worlds. They were settling the moons, Pacific rim of Earth, the moon of it, colonies, rugged astronauts lost in space. Connected to Advent, other almost like English colony, the Higher Moon Project. Moons that entered vortex of spinning rock, impossible to navigate, that connected to high worlds, engineering of universal proportions. The plan designed by Douglas Adams. who had a show 1600 years old in still days of television. His father was one of the astronauts. Him, Jim Philo, and others lost deep in space exploration. And closer to home, mentions of crashed other-world space programs, asteroids in deep, high outer space universal, connected to the galactic space asteroid defense stations, out of service, lost, using the northern plateau of Earth for stations trying to save a destroyed program. The first astronauts of civilizations, Plato or Galileo age type of astronauts, and others from that far back, similar names, not related, all tried to find and rescue the first astronauts lost in deep space as he got pulled on an asteroid further out. No hope of reaching him and his sister programs in Lost Vortex. A number of astronauts, probably dead or dead in a coma for astronauts, which isn't death, on a small lost technology rocket ship, the Double Earth's Moon program, outer stations, intergalactic, too small, educated people, these worlds above the flat, empty plane, or flat Earth. We left, lost civilizations, Abram's time, which some debated on those worlds was bridge. Still others said it was millions of years ago when this calamity happened and a galactic ice age, science shows, leading into alien TV shows for kids, surviving, trying to help Earth people, Virgo faces of Captain Alien, kangaroo-like stills, the family had a disaster relief technician for times like this. Matt always brought suppressed hyperoxygen on the playground houses. It was an obsession of those retirees living there who ran the kids out. Northern worlds above Earth, Canada, Milky Way, galactic mountains. They lived on dimensions. Dimensional gear was needed to survive in the special houses. They as babies watched these shows together on another world, heaven-like in nature. Family knowing they were going into a world where they would lose most impression of that memory for a purpose, into the past, time delineated zone. Under construction for a future space route for modern spacecraft cutting across time. In the past, only the angels of other universe fully high enough over the stars crossed space and time like this. Spinning rocks, there were local heaven Virgo, higher systems above Virgo, angels from other universe, some eons, millions of years ago to us, but at heights above our universe galaxy, only thousands of years of time travel needed. Stars create times and seasons. Different crashes from starting flight worlds, all in this hazard zones that created Earths, where the boy spun, living in all these nurseries, seeing giants in pressure station tubes as he floated above them, raising families, different children of them in northern lands he became friends with. As he saw his future family, he floated short paths as well. As well he saw God. Like an artificial intelligence stream coming from him, created over the evolving system as he created it. As a scared, fascinating baby, before the foundations of the world, watched his ghost-like shell ascend into this world as like an angel, and godlike programs measured a world programming Angels measured the world and programmed it. They subcreated or performed, created seconds, but eons ago, as rocks fell into stars. Fires were lit. Let there be light. But boiling space periplex-like structures were out there vacuuming as they started to burn. Interstellar evolution. Watching the AI video holograms show this as God spoke. Was our universe no more than a hollowed-out periplex dead star that broke? Could we ever get out of the cave? Radar was slow, declining. It probed such smaller stars. What were the angels searching for, exploring for, that caused them to wreck into these molten stars? What versions or avatar what versions of God did they meet with? What aspects of him? Because God can't live in our small fantasy world. Our heavens only representatives talking about the Creator. Giants in pressure tanks made made that way by space programs pressured high edge of Earth, where his second family lived as children. David was the name of the giant on Galatris Plateau, connected to moon worlds. Habitat ones, terraforming or reforming after damage, northern mountain men living, hunting, sheltering edge of Earth. And the last part of Earth, Grace Mountain and Grace Moon, hidden from Earth, and a series of Grace Strides worlds ready for terraforming with water. Inner Moon, once connected to Earth. Violet Hill, Bama, a nebula off the edge of Earth with dirts that Jim's family traveled to. Their neighbor played with his daughter Emily on a dusty moon-like sub-Earth. Underground center of Earth caverns connected this broken spots in us, the U.S., Canada, Alabama territory. Woods have strange occurrences. The house at the edge of Earth. Rocky grassy edge. Like an ant on its surface. A Christmas scene of a Amber girl with sisters, with uncles, grandpas, opening gifts on moon radio. In northern Atlantic, U.S., Canada, new territory. In crested mountains, snow outside storms, circling time. Grandfather calling Peter on the moon. He was sitting with his daughter. The family kept secrets, but fame could be covered up. Memories were defrosted in sleep, deep sleep. The boy witnessed this due to his family's migration. And another man in the family, David, who worked at a pizza place. His older cousin believed in a different last days New Age prophecy of Bible. Their kind would survive in the mountains. Family movies reached home through distant aunts and uncles of high mountains, and foreign to them films which people they knew played in. Wilderness films, family, their relatives in the high mountains, sending them family tapes. They watched videos on old VCR tape decks with Amber sisters, showing them family footage, stills of the space program, and the Douglas TV shows of the Northern Public Broadcasting Systems. 3,000 little years of histories in the time travel zone. The world was re-landscaped. Industrial age and time development had deleted the world power grid, space program, all changed the nature of nature and time, making the game in the mountains of the rim Earth scarce. Cartoons depicting ancient Indians, hunters, surviving, explaining this were made. Rocks would fall like icebergs into the outer system ocean, leading into the Milky Way protected dark forest of Earth passageway. discovered partially debated over by famous Spanish explorer Che Guante, fought over by these valiant men. A great explorers video series they watched. And their strange encounters, many reasons why it was protected. It had vast fruits everywhere on trees in regions big as countries. Men with airplanes would gather them, their friend, almost like an Uncle Bacon Tommy. He was almost like an uncle to them, flew there and brought them many fruits during the holidays when they would get together, sing as a TV network region. The dark forest had secrets, families leaving Earth, running for Galactica office or heads of office. Uncle Alfredo at a snow forest houses, which the mob had come after him to quit, tried to fly to a outer barrier world bigger than our solar system in a deep dimensional space, a McCartney world, vast sphere, very big like a solar system size, where our neighbor Beetlejuice ran the travel agencies. You should have seen the animals before people came. Rare fruits, so sweet, tasty, juicy, rare, which the Indians would cut back the trees when they tried to colonize galactically. The boy was floating through the family's timeline. The 10-year gap over the pressure land bridge shortcuts, but was 40 years to them on the ground in the mountains, seemed like only a year to him. Cave people once roamed the outer lands, or Yeti-like men. The bare lands, man, modern, had broken off from them. Douglas Adams would cover this history in stories, beveling in gene-mingling evolution, aardvarks, walking upright, Yetis, lower species merging with intelligent Sasquatch, not like the lesser intelligent animal ones of people of Earth that a gap in time and evolution brought them together. Talking about the African war, asteroid strikes that created jungle people and Tarzan people, and government programs by aliens during the war to surgery mingle people with the Sastacan apes to save lives. Evolution of primitive peoples in vast numbers had microevolution leading to modern man. But modern man came down like God from the higher worlds, mountains meeting lower humans. We don't consider ourselves humans, but persons. Humans are those with Neanderthal and other micro-DNAs, thus relating people with an isolated race of aardvark, intelligent, in Douglas's world view, tries to prove that a aardvark was spying on him in this TV series, scared by a alien Virgo kangaroo aardvark faced feature aliens, or aliens from higher worlds from that chose primitive faces, scaring him at night around his high plateau house. These broken worlds were separated civilizations modern people lived at, vacation at, where Douglas Adams lived on a washed-out vacation beachway. In his show that he was stranded on, praying for help, storms plaguing the world, and stranded astronaut Doug Adam in a subdivided world, similar high region in Viking rocket, landing to chart the rim moon. On the way back, they chart galactic launch. Launch buddies in radio contact, connect them. Damaged ship with its galactic frame and crews around finding them, pick them up, headed for Earth's galaxy, Earth. The mission out there they stumbled on before the big launches, which aired live galactically, where all space programs took part in radio contact. International Galactic, as they flew by the stations, remounting before complete reach high speed, bursting, riding with other sub-passing, Lower Galaxy, or the Super One, or the Cosmos, or the Universal Galaxy Super Major. Ancient. So basically, they got rescued later on by advanced alien-type craft. Space Force mission. Ancient episodes of a Sesame-type street show. Otherworld characters going to space stranded. Will he return? So on the way back, he gets picked up, connected with long-range ships going with them that they were headed for galactic Earth. Riding in seconds. Designed are made with high-tech running packs so they can run with fast shoes and packs for mid-air transfer at stations on asteroids. The particle laser pointed them into deep space, firing their engine blaster. The probe drones and sat launches went off course, following the widely in the Space Force missions. See the book Space Force Missions. Marcus Mattis. Marcus was a young Canadian Alabama boy who ran a high-powered vacuum company for emergency cleanup, system repair, pressure tanks, sucks out foundations, and fixes energy problems. A company given a grant by NASA to fix problems. Mark was a friend of the house, came over during Thanksgiving, lived next door in the woods. Played his younger brother, him and his younger brother with Rad. The little boy traveled from up north Canada, where he did a cleaning job for their cousin. They took care of hyperbaric newborns, twins, or cousin twins. Special development. Oftentimes there would be space towers where the babies would be taken to on special lands or in special cities with high pressures. Special development. His dad ran that part. Their company worked with another company on mountain space stations high above Earth Mountain in Canada's Hidden Mountain Range, driving a fast car through the woods and playing. He was an expert at that, using air suppression to dilate time. Working on a house in the upper woods, rich family living in the TV district. A children's nursery, giant woods house, 3.5 stories with basements. Girls, very little live there. A rich family living in the TV district. A children's nursery, giant woods house, 3.5 stories with a basement. Girls, very little live there. The family's cousin in a series of house deep in the woods that a storm shorted the power to the hyperbaric rooms, and space probe photo blew out the power main backup circuits. Red flash, light up, rooms and TV system scanned. Children lost in air dimensions in a lightning bolt, almost air-thin tot, as the government tried to take over the homes, lands to build their communities, forcing people out. Of this valuable special woods with time dilation property, dark energy. Rich oxygen from special trees, which was to be cut by the government. Vast mountain forests to make room for a stupid trafficking-like highway. The families losing acres of land, moving to a ghetto town with a smug traffic population. Pollution. Businesses, signs restricted. Ordinances and forced mental health on poorer populations. Drugs, community pill pushers took over. The fast foods gave pills and meds at gas stations. Fast food gas stations. like a prison, not to mention the prison side of town was much worse. Community. Mark Matthew, on a deep Alabama forest, lived in the woods on a secret mountain being mined. Riser Mountain, a muddy road leading to the house and rich neighborhood's retirement house for wealthy TV stations actors. The mountain being moved made it further and moved the inland beaches near creeks and the French explored territory. A upper sector and run down lower for skid poor people, leading to Georgia Bay, and a high mountain peak that was destroyed they used to launch to space from, connecting them to the other worlds. Normandy Worlds. A Leslie movie producer who sold them on travel in such space, the barrier mountains to Earth edge cliffs to a world Normanton continent subdivided world towards the Sunbelt. Explore world's backside of Earth, exterior zone. A space bay connected them. Brick stores, food shopping, rich bookshops, and work other cultures. Received fruits from up north through the barrier mountains. They were worried about losing those benefits, going poor, economic collapse. Their TV station family lived there. Uncle Paul and Aunt Lalin, a Russian-American upper-class actress of northern subdivided Russia, parking decks were meeting up at parking decks as big as states, underground, top-secret world that had to be flown at every day during rush hour. The grandfather or special second family one would show them around, a man with a great beard. Driving the cars were different brand names after space type names. Movies in town showings. All their family were public educators trying to keep families strong in home, teaching and taking television tests in private schools. Actors for such mid-world networks, living in bays, fishing, traveling, becoming new versions of themselves. Some joined elite space corps off-world. A Mark Mattis vacuum company was there at the poorer family houses, vacuuming. The families would work on these houses together for extra money. Vacuuming up cockroaches. Marcus Cousins, who was also Jim's cousin, a young child, but played a teen, worked at one of these store chains, like a food type store chain. Had a car which he added an engine and tailor frame and architecture. He tailored the frame and the architecture, making it go faster, sleek. They would party in the parking lot after sports victories. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Most children aged 13 worked or had responsibility. Their Uncle Paul lived in a high mountain road outland of Canada. A black-haired, velvety-haired person, kind of long, kept young with special drinks, sports drinks, playing sports, fast runner. He kept children in a nursery and young children running a daycare. Kids would play Lego toys, very cold house, but well air-conditioned. Needed it because it was always summer up there. He knew a doctor named Grace that lived in the bay. She had a sister named Gracie. Lived near Grace Mountain Works. She came across a strange case of a tot seen playing in strange neighborhood and with family 40 years prior. Special eclipse days. They were nearing the first phase of the 100 or 1,000-year centennial eclipse, central eclipse of the rotating second sun and the galactic center, and the star constellations warp ecliptic on this, the baby's birth. But she found a similar child on Normandy Beach Hospital where she worked, a cousin named Selena of the family under a Anglo-German side of Earth Normandy, Spanish yet German. The strange case of German spy satellite probes scanning places and the vanishings. The baby was seen with a cousin. Airtaut. The baby was also seen near a Russian community, Sunbelt, nuclear boat, upper-class Navy, in Russia, in a nursery. He had several twins. A strange NASA craft flew over with hyperbaric machines, later seen near an airplane by a man named Tommy. He flew over with silver airplane blades, interplanetary airplanes, with a hologram satellite to guide him, navigating. Several twins, born at the same time, all thought he was there, the young baby child coming into Earth. Until taken by a hyperbaric hospital and released, the baby was not born, but had a mother. This took place at Harco Bend, a Bendway Bay land connected to Earth, and immigrant flight systems. It was like an immigration zone. The system of it running off the coast, Secret Islands, past the high Georgia launch secret mountains, where they have power plant buildings, cities, but police it strict and force drug the population. In building systems, strange ground power generators where they take some patients. The Bend goes to an island world system where it was closed off due to pandemic, similar to a bad flu strain's influenza. Some believe the plants caused it, but the plants were trying to cleanse and restrict the people. A family drove out of it in a parking lot at NASA. A doctor came with them to our Earth. The cousins to the mom had children in their timeline as well. They all had that presence around them, and her and a NASA doctor not far near a carnival. She was certain she saw him. Grace was certain she saw these people where she worked. Playing a day afterwards at a Catholic nursery with some little children, cousins, sport, the timelines don't match. Outside, shoe matching his feet at a shoemaker carnival machine that made shoes onto your feet. The kids were like angels. He was translucent, popping away from his timeline into his then cradle baby spot, but he was toddler-sized baby, raised as a normal baby but grew fast, attributed as the power grid's fault, classified. A school agency took him around various places, teaching him in preschool. Started at the age of 1, or preschool, meeting with Dr. Amber and young Ramona on different occasions. And years before his birth, watching TV with them, they were a family. They adored him. In Space Mountain, in a 1980s world, he watched classified programs, alien monsters, 60s type comedy, like Space about time travel, 1960 style, and groundbreaking space shows, Phantom Time. Almost Frankensteinian appearance that she saw, almost taken from an early TV show about alien children from the classified shows. about Galatran people, aliens, a early version of time travel, dimensional ship, travel adventure, Northern Canada shows, snow worlds, playing or snow world, a ancient world, stranded professor, a young classic era silent still films, and earlier formats in cartoon-like stills graphics. Mark Mattis Cleaning Service talked with him in a house up north, carried him. He specializes in pre-air tots in hyperbaric development houses run down due to war embargoes. His grandfather spoke of his great aunts from 1968 in a development house probed by a drone taking photos, vanished, ending the early tot development program. But the house was moved due to mountains removal service and lumbering later retime zoning. The accidents in status to 1978, and a neighbor was also hurt and his development children's. The families have twin siblings, even in the distant cousins. There are family videos of the child at a southern home base he traveled into Christmas. Christmas Eve in a double time zone, snowed in and was seen in a cold April mountain spring. Born. Miles away in that moment of time, no one knows the father of the Christ-like birth. The man she married to divorced was partially sterile, no kids, not one. His cousin dated her cousins and had many kids resembling the boy. Aliens were seen near the homes in the woods, angel-like. David met another stranger like him in a bay under Florida. He time-sparked briefly, hot. They had to show him the underground travel ports of England, the secret monarchy. He vanished, traveled north with David. David was seen in many worlds like his family guardian angel. The actor from a Western series, David Tents, is engaged to their cousin. They all live in exclusive space property that always moves people off and is destroyed, and mysteries. TV shows that their pappies played in, like Jim the Cowboy, Atlantic Westerns, and David as well. And a classic type of Jim a classic silent film days Jim Private Eye, Bond type films, and writer of classic superhero powers heroes. Superhero, and was a writer of superhero comic films. Later, similar versions hit Earth after he went missing on a space trip during a shooting and an asteroid crash. They even paint their floors in gold paint. An exclusive club, a paint executive, was lost in space in a windy mountain on his flying car with a giant yet all radios and that called Earth reported it. Regular astronauts with radios call Earth. It's like we're a station for that. On special numbers, families of them to say goodbye. Time travel Ghostbuster Woods. Green dew, fabric time, static radios, time travel meteors, green lights, orbs of time. People living in barrier worlds, slip between cracks, living deep, diving in time where mystical cryptic creatures, Sasquatch, roam the woods, angels, wolves, walking upright, dogs very upright, military parades in the secret woods, international invasion, was it secretly going on? Special Space Force SS Rich carrying secret space equipment which is diverted in a short out protest gone wrong and was cleaned up. The children of the neighborhood's cousins, Rima living next door, coming over playing hopscotch, jump rope, tag in the trees, front yard bushes, across street, down the block, a girls' school, where the children would come to the neighborhood in the fall and play with the boys, where uncles would bring their children, carnivals in town, a place where young new babies grew up, went to see the TV network, schools, playing games, video games, watching rare movies from Space TV network, video stores, cousins, friends. Here we are. Once again, do after me, do as I do. Here again, the same thing did last time, one more time, now you, back again. Watch it once again. Jumping rope, saying nursery rhymes and silly things like that. Hopscotch, football games of tag football or spy football. A timeless playground it was. Older sisters, TV children came here to play, nursery, homeschools, mom's Christmas in development part of the woods of the neighborhood. A baby was being brought home early. They were snowed into spring. His actual birthday was lost. The special seasonal change and eclipse northern lights in the south event that lowered the amount of time in a season across the mountain range of Earth. Mountain's edge of Earth Atlantic. The families lined in a row. A special shuttle flew overhead, bringing in the baby as he was with the doctor on the shuttle for the family. The baby born, special local upgrade hospital, NASA. Grandparents work for NASA secretly. Cousin's uncle. The baby was brought through the family homes at random. A broadcast zone mountain time world grid allowed the shuttle to travel between time zones and baby to visit parents at Christmas at different points. Time traveling between the mountains. Broken time zones. The 100-year eclipse factor, high mountain zones made this possible. Alternate time zones. Years rezoned. Great uncles, friends in the mountains of the Atlantic, Christmas, different seasons, phone calls from space families. A computer gift passed through the families, and a pinball machine passed through the families. The NASA scientists had to let them think he was born in the womb without hyperbaric help, which made them think he was a Christmas miracle to be in that many family photos. Him and his cousins. A young boy by the name of Brad Dresser. Age of 16 and 17, a couple weeks if you don't count development as a baby. See the Space Force mission for more on that. 8.5 months. He lives in the woods of the upper Huntsville, Alabama mountains with mom and family. Living further south, her dad and grandfather living in Mobile property down old family farm roads in the woods. Back roads connected the families for generations. Brad lived in an old neighborhood estate family house, but across the street in the woods was an old run-down family house, very big. Through the woods was his mother's distant sister's house, or houses, that they built themselves. His grandfather worked in a machine shop in Arizona on top secret parts for the government, had a farm near a national forest further south, and helped his father build a cabin in those woods and farm, developed most of the land in the state, and the racetrack sold some farmland nearby, living in Canada and Michigan, parts of Alabama by the ocean. His distant brother was in the military, some say into the Space Force secret program that stations in space to shoot down asteroids with an asteroid gun. As a baby, they went to his houses in northern Canada, Indian territories that stretch back to Michigan, Alabama, Tennessee mountains. His grandfather said there were ridges in Canada, and they stretched to space, where the pressure was extreme, places covered in snow using heaters to melt snow. His house was strange land, and he had places in Alaska he took him to see it. As a 4-year-old or 3-year-old playing, his grandfather took him to places in Canada up north, edge of Earth, the secret outer belts of Earth, near Alaskan Canada. These secret space mountains they had to fly to, where there was a country of sort, the Atlantic states. Trees, tall, unexplored. They had their own Atlantic Alabama running into Canada. The beltways ran into space, the rim of outer Earth. There were rims and beltways stretching all the way to Mars moons that go through the solar system that NASA had settled. He would tell them stories about it with space road signs. His family lived at the edge of Earth, a twin family. Similar to grandfather's, he worked for a company called Dark Star Space Program, secretly, but he had to erase the children's memories with special neuroprotective drinks to protect them. Then there was the godfather of the family, who was in movies up north. The families had some control in the universities in the old days. Roll, tide, roll. The land they developed from the farm, that's the dresser side, the family twin versions of his mother, had different brothers, fathers, great-grandfather, the godfather, great-niece or aunts, nephews, partly Hispanic through grandfathers or cousins. Then there was the space lands, vacations, outer Atlantic, slightly off-world, through the nebulas, mountains, and moon, colonies, vacation outer Atlantic colonies, ridges in space, and asteroid belt space colonies, family living there. There were airports connecting and space stations where his family lived in the time zones were about 30 days behind on the clocks. High mountains, pressures where tall Atlantic men lived, real men, rugged tree harvesters, real hunters with animals unheard of in the southern world. They would fly to the other worlds nearby. The Milky Way forest, special old trees in the Atlantic, while the lower states were afraid of the Russians. The Atlantic states and also Canada and northern Normandy were allies in trade. The big booms they had couldn't reach them anyways. Their rugged men weren't afraid, and their companies of trade could easily, with these rugged men, win a war in a day. There were worse explosions in the high nebula mountains. They needed those bombs for climbing, carving out lands under pressure too extreme to settle, and building stations. Stalinist Russia space programs, stations of power, sun exploration failed. They were a long way from the old blast-off days, but people needed to believe in it in less developed parts of the world, like the United States. The Atlantic states had broken away long ago. There was a local galactic system that had spaceflight roadways and airways with sign stations to other worlds. Earth's outer belts had a place called the Rim or Pacific Rim beyond the Atlantic and Midlands you could fly to. Grace's moon, the Pacific Rim dark moon, and Earth lived on Mars, worlds and the outer solar systems in ancient Mars. The pressure ridges beyond that, France and Spain had colonies, rock colony worlds, connected to ours in the spinning, changing rockways of space Canada, and had beltways of outer Earth, Canada, separate government, majestic places, different stars, airplanes connected them, or pockets above the poles, ridges, shifting rockway mountains of Canada, settling the rockways in space, trying to get to the other galaxies, colonies, alien to us, but people to them. Canada's shifting rockway mountains of Canada, settling the rockways in space, trying to get to other galaxies, colonies, alien to us, but people to them. Northern waterway space systems. The Galiza-Freyan side of Earth, other world, Dark Star missions was to get across the Cadillac worlds, big rock boulder worlds, to the Spica star. The Star Wars-like programs of Earth, our local star, not the furthest ones. Everything became part of a company in those days, or a government. Before, it was pioneers or indigenous people hunting, surviving, building what they need for their families. Children would glide down mountainsides with homemade airplanes, like sleds. The mountains were rich in soft metals. Even time glitches could happen in the woods, the aurora skies, snow mountains of nebula above the Earth's outer space. So he learned this by visiting his grandpas. There was his mom's dad, grandpa, his uncle and grandpa, their aunts, cousins, their brothers, uncles, their moms, aunts, sisters, distant sisters, their children, and the great uncles, other sides of the families, uncles that were half brothers and foreign relatives due to the Dark Star Corporation policies, Hispanic Indian cousins like Native American, Canadian, German, Russian, through half brothers, and people married in, and cousins marrying with cousins. Like the space program children weren't born in the womb. The space program children weren't born in the womb directly and had more than one father or mother, like first mom, second mom, ancestral first mom, ancestral moms, made for having interesting cousins and friends like an Uncle Vladimir, giant men living in space centers, the air tanks, nurseries where they were developed, air pressures made it were smaller. People could hang out with bigger people in these hyperbaric worlds. Dimensional skewing. Moms, twin cousins, sisters would bake cookies, tell stories of her grandparents, watch a little TV, go to stores and shops locally, run errands. The children would play with friends in the woods. You could go to the air tanks and see the children babysit the air tots. There was, during the world wars, a bring down of the governments, people fighting off the world, stockpiling weapons and fighting other peoples, enemies in one world, allies to another in another. From asteroid colonies on the beltways of Earth and the Milky Way galaxy, place called Grace's Mountain and Grace's Moon. Grace's Band, a big undeveloped rock, bigger than many Earths, thousands of years ago. There were aliens who came to the outer bands of Earth's beltway on the other side of the sun basins, toward Russia's side of the world. Some crashed on the outer African edge of Earth's beaches, and 1,000 years of war started with Germany, African colonies fighting in space, Antarctic or Arctic lands connected to it, and Plymouth colonies by Indians, marigold aliens in gas UFOs, black, strange. The wars led to training intelligent apes to fight who got surgically merged with damaged humans during the wars, or other humanoids, races of ice dwellers, ancient man on the worlds, light years beneath Earth. Trees stripped bare, cut, silver mines, mercury mining, other Mars worlds, shelf worlds, frozen worlds. There was a massive supernova in Virgo that our world was just going to watch. When I was a baby coming into the world, speaking for the character, I was in space, unaware of my surroundings, and the rocks were spinning. And I remember seeing, as I was to be born, floating down to my birthday, seeing God's Spirit form worlds out of these rocks, spinning and creating our place. As I drifted into the universe, He created. As people from beyond crashed into our local star, I entered the world playing with kids in developing lands, seeing my family and more family in a different version of Earth in a smaller house, watching TV shows, playing as a baby taught or air taught, seeing giants in ironwork stations in space edge of Earths. As I drifted, they were family, little manufacturing colony worlds they built for smaller children. I believe the crashes into the star were related to me. Whole families died in it. I always believed there was more to my father's side, or fathers, due to my mom's cousins, twin family, and sisters being in relationships, dating the same guys. Sometimes marriages, divorce, didn't really know who my father was. She told me it was this guy, but my brother had a separate dad, and I was like everyone's baby in the family, which is great. And the cousins had a twin brother of mine with two moms, hyperbaric twin of mine. He was a 1-year-old. During this, a Canadian outer world watershed broke. The size of 13 Hoover watersheds. Great machines, vacuum, compressors failed, and the shed, it flooded. Returned some the waters to the waters. So then, during this, the baby was taken to another hospital. Really, I believe they were with off-world alien humans from other galaxies or universe dimensions. My twin brother had people where his brother were different cousins, brothers, two parallels as almost the same thing. My older brother, 2.5 years older, had other half-brothers, his dad, but he was my brother, my only brother. His dad was a police officer. His cover story was he was in jail, lived in the next county, but had cousins from Scotland, doppelgangers, and brothers that had children like my brother, similar to him. And he had other children he married, my mom's other twin. There were the Amber sisters that were twins. Then there were the Claras in the family, or the Ambers. Claras on a different marriages from the grandpas and uncles. One of the Ambers had a family member named David Tennyson, a father to one Amber, but Grandpa was still partly her father. Complicated relations, cousins and things, second families, and genetic manipulations to make them like their ancestral astronaut families and actresses. Complex relations, cousins. There was a giant with David Tennyson, whose grandfather was lost in space. A astronaut with the Canadian inventor of the power complex and watersheds. They lived in Indian tribelands and outer space Native American tribes, and she married her cousin David after the Tens. Giants in space programs, high astronomical worlds. The other brothers had daughters, the Romana sisters, aunts and great cousins. Amber, Clara, Romana. Mixed versions, the ancient family name was... The ancient God-given family name was David of Christ. In those days, the Christian churches had God-given family names. Theirs was David of Christ. From another lowland, and from the time of Charlemagne, kings of this other world, came from the Roman mining colonies, evolutionary Rome it was called, from a broken line of Abraham, possible in the Christ family. Their ancestors were Abraham of Christ, a kin to the Christ family of the Bible, a broken line. The Roman but lived off-world during the time of Jesus, lands of Eden and the giants. They saw airplane crashes in their days. Our family ancestors wanted to be related to the survivors and took care of them and became family. The world was struggling with mining colonies, falling apart, running out of resources under Roman occupation. The Romans were a cover for the real occupation of aliens. Family Bibles speak of this secret history and books. Colonies across India to other Indians. The Plymouth side of Earth or other Earths. Ancient Olympic worldly games. As the outer worlds were settled and merged families with ours. David was an Olympic player in his day. His brother was a giant. They wanted, according to Indian Games rules, this was their competition, to crucify him if he had lost. He lived in a tomb-like cave. He made a gold crest for his master's house, who was Roman, outer Roman worlds, and Germanic tribe forest worlds. I guess it would be to the south of our Arctic, if you could say that, since we're spinning. They conquered, which was found as an ancient relic that the Nazis wanted. They wanted those relics from that place. We had family from Germany in the Reich in the Space Force, not the cult Nazis. The Nazis had tunnels that stretched to the Atlantic, so our uncles were related to the Marcellus off-world people in the days where public TV was spreading world peace. A famous counter-relation connecting to this, Jim, a children's actor, was an uncle related to the Plymouth first moms of the family from England and African Plymouth. Colonies off-world, deep jungles. There was the Amber, who was on their side of the family. All cousins knew each other in the 1970s. And cousins Clara, Uncle Peter, and her quarter brother Josh Garris, connected to the orbiting world planet Macartney, is a large planet the size of a solar system. America's first contact connected offshoot worlds, a very pleasant world. We had a brother in the family, Zaphist was the last name, Paul was the first name, who was in the Space Galaxy program, a leader in the government of the Space Force. They were related to Jim Philo, a famous astronaut lost in the family, and Philo Mack. These are famous astronauts during the olden days of space pioneering. We suspected they were related to him. Our great uncle in a 1600-year-old space program, we found out later. We had the Jims in the families, the Zaphist family, Paul, Fred, Arthur, Robert, Bruce, Peter, which led to our family that lived on a small Earth-like world called Betelgeuse. And there are different places in Betelgeuse, different Betelgeuses. That was part of a space program that went to Betelgeuse. Thousands of round worlds beyond Earth that orbit in and out. Worlds that our great rich Uncle Peter built massive roadway, space bridges, ports, and watersheds that he owned. He was Clara's father. There was the two Freds, three if you count Off-World Peter, David, Robert, Bruce, Paul, Zaphist, and Jim, Philes, Vladimir, Josh, Neil, Andy, Steve, Joe, and Mac on the grandma's side. If you count the entire family like that. The cousins, sisters, distant sisters, 16 Amber girls, 14 Clara, Aunt Kara's, Amber's, 6 Ramana with grandmas, aunts, uncles, whole flock of these girls in the family, taking after their ancestral moms. Uncles taking after all of them, different ages. Some were actors and actresses in movies, children's shows. The Celia, Vladimir, Russian Amber, English, McCartney, and then there was the McCartney Amber, Trisha, auntie mom in movies, Off-World, Indian cousin girl. Forb from Betelgeuse, who was tan, Betelgeuse, special color, cousin moms, and the French girls that were like Amber and Clara on my brother's side, who fixed us French toast. Cousin Sylvester and German cousin, and then through the godfather, distant uncles living in Germany, South America. Romans, Grandpa Amos, Spanish, the Aussie world, Port Lanes, family Nelsons on a trip to outer Germany. He flew by their bay, docked. According to legend, we had spies during the World War over there in Germany, the other world. There was a leader, Hitlerian, who is not related to our German, of the space world. The Godfather had a war accident that produced a family, a swastika girl. The boy saw this and got her out of there to the coast on a plane when he was visiting during his trip. They were staying with the family there. Were more than one Hitlerian families in Germany. The Space Chancellor astronaut family. It was a space family. Off-world German ancestors. French girl part swastika. The Godfather was French, related to Spanish Selena, his great niece, distant cousins to other Germans in the army, related to the spy of Hitlerian look-alike, the radio space handler, who was in control of UK German occupied off-world, which were freed in Russia. Swastika was a separate people country in the vast forest subworlds of Germany, conclaves or enclaves, whatever you want. There was a space Stalin family with a different family, different relations, friends of the family, related to a Russian Navy commander who had married a Plymouth ancestor, first mom. The Russians had nuclear ships for off-world oceans around the basin worlds, under the sun belts, and other part of the land barrier of Earth. The who side of Earth, sun oceans, the other Florida worlds, the Soviet Union's and Russia, Greenland's worlds, people's other land barrier, people's primitive land barrier, Africa, the Shelfway country, and there was a country called Macoin, a little swash of area on the outer Earth. English white colonies, the Huvii Mountains. These barriers run into our world, the ice worlds, advanced civilization, the Pleiadian South Antarctic or Arctic worlds space programs, races of people frozen, surviving in the ice worlds, in the caves, primitive races. There were the Airtots near to Zaphis, Ingrid, Trishie, Trillian, Megan, related to Canada's Matt, and the Cadillac brothers, related to Beetlejuice, Mom, and the Canadian woman in the airplane who could fly out there, a alien cousin through a possible alien human father looking after his son, related to the crashes. Cousins. Some worlds were like brothers, heaven worlds. Other dimension Airtots with Mom Airtots would land in these protected fruit orchard natural tree forests that ran into the mountain in our world. The vast forest had dark energy for time travel, as they played there due to plants that were built for power use. Trams, CD-ROM power cells that shimmer on the ground, creating magnetic shortcuts, speeding up time. In houses where they played games, Christmas in the 1970s, but due to re-land formation tides, eclipses, the 70s time zones on these lands got moved to the 80s during the power time zone development, where they met future family and southern mountainous off-world lands, cold with snow, like up North Canada, family space freighters from the future, submarines down to ancient time. Our cold rock was time probed with space submarines during the grid failures, Star Trek-like time travel programs, as eclipse climate nearly passed our world quicker into the future. The world God created was still 6,000 to 7,000 years old. We were time travelers, as the pre-Adam races in prehistoric times became modern. Eden was the land they were time traveling to. They were from thousands of years in the future or millions. Yet Airtots were stuck in the past. The past for the Earth was the present. Some galaxies. In the galaxies were the Guardian Wars. Days of spoke-like races and Mars worlds, canyons trillions of years old galaxies, as towers and stations towering above the planets in space, and spaceships were out there. Trillions of years old, though. The galaxy wars. The guardians of them with superpowers that fought. Older modern time was developed from star time in the heavens, not basin world time. The minds created younger time fields for worlds. Why they mined? It's hard to tell what time you're from, but more, what are events taking place in your time? The mid-Atlantic world lands. Space Rockways had families. Another David New Age believer, but of another version of very much Christian, but didn't believe in the apocalypse of hell because of alien life, restoration, resurrection, with the North Alabama mountain. The Everest mountain of North Alabama in the Atlantic, the mountain Cleet family, New Englanders family, dwelt in the galactic forest rivers, the neighbors. The size of the country, the mountain territory was the size of countries. Who Peter would visit, having his family, meet his family. He was married to an Amber at one point, but ended in divorce. By people cutting down the trees and digging them up, killing the valuable trees, degraded the landscapes. Timelands became smaller. The territories were disappearing. The Atlantic Joe Notzik was the Canadian with an out-of-wedlock sister. A man named Trechter flew space deliveries, became related. These families, like the Dresser farm families during the 1800s, tracing to kings of England, distantly, I mean, who doesn't? They would get online and meet in the 80s by phone, special internet during Christmas exchange, family tapes, finding out they were the spitting image of each other. And he did space deliveries on a space freighting mission, leading to Periplex Ironworks in space, power stations creating space colonies, and the Klamath families living in a high world, very old-fashioned, related to cousin Eli, more related to grandma's family. Home movies in the houses as the children watched a Periplex Star System power company for travel, played in the old rock house. They had family working for that company. The whole world was distant cousins anyway, out of wedlock usually. Uncles or cousins or your great-grands, so many links. Our families stayed together. The Cadillac side was with the Threshners on Cadillac Mountains below Grace's mountain. Cousin Grace lived out there, and John and Paul McGowan. So our friends on Earth were in fact cousins from these off-world missing links, or uncles, nieces, nephews, great-nieces, and yes, people that lived on Mars in habitable parts, or outer Mars, nebula Mars. We have our basic 9 planets, but then we have the same twin version of those planets elsewhere, connected through strip belts, different corners. There were other smaller suns, Mars worlds, in the deepest, coldest parts of space between sun stars of Earth and Earth Orion, Orionid worlds. The solar system off-world eclipse due to Planet X worlds were shielded from our world. Yet people had radios to talk to these other worlds, to these otherworld people. Sometime Earth gets moved off its path due to climates. Our barrier has been moving more towards Virgo worlds. Our solar system has been moving more towards Virgo worlds because of the drilling to the core. Delgado country. UN has volcanic dome survival bases underground. Our house was over one, grounded, meaning it looked like regular sky from underground. Fake sky connected places to in the woods, mountains, now military bases by our cousins. John Cruz. Then there was our Chinese neighbor and semi-cousin Pong, related to grandfather. We would go to these underground concrete places to see them in the woods beyond our houses. Go to places to see them in the woods beyond our houses, trapped rooms, tunnels, North Atlantic Pong. Many races settled up north, became family, and these groups had halo space stations with worlds and barrier lands on rockways. And there are some good ones. Cousin Bob lost ties in rockway worlds with trees. I saw a different Martian type world, millions of years old in its place, yet our galaxy next door is only 6,000 to 7,000 years. So time runs differently in these pocket dimensional galaxies and universes. We are time travelers. We have always been alive, not just here before we were born. God knew us. Virgo stretches to heaven. I saw a gamma ray burst like a star in the day where I could see into the universe to heaven like a million sunsets coming off it in September or October. The astronaut family, the 1970s to the rim and other worlds of it. Systems thousands of years could be crossed using the man-made elevator launch systems to other worlds. Special computers, AI, could predict a time zone future, TV's scheduled television programming by collecting broken data at points. This was used for parallel travelers to message each other. The system was lost when one data point was removed by usually it popped up in some form. Such computers were used in rock shifts to re-landscape formations in space for stations. But strangely, they did not expect airless children to enter the broadcast system, which is a way to find out about family albums and second families between worlds. For instance, the main character's family is what the true story of his life. Family, that he could be in a nursery playroom with him, a parallel family, have a similar mom, and recognize parallel people in TV and movies. The astronaut would use these sites before and after launch. Houses with family could live next door to a space program or land exploration station program, unique lands, that the ruling class tried to control buy up. Such is the case with astronauts launched. To ensure survival, they make them lighter before launch. They reduce the weight. They fill them full of oxygen, airless almost, fitness. The site in air centers at extreme pressures to get them healthy and ready for fast space flight. Some have so much pressure they can, in the air center, time pass. And a baby's nursery uses such air centers. This technology for controlling landscape time is programmed by power systems, world miners, stations, environments. Environmental time, or the phantom time hypothesis, plays into this. So thousands of years to some, but for others, up in high-pressure dimensional space, is just 10 years or 10 days, if they could cross time zones. Families with the means, like angels, to cross whole universes in a star airplane. They tend to meet up in children's nurseries, crossing zones. Cold air, wind, violent rocks in space, swarms. Where does the soul come from? What is it to tell us about ourselves in view of God's creation or evolution? Revolving is the key word in that. In evolution, revolving is the key word. Where do we come from? Children popping up. High valuable insight into this, and arrive like angels. The main character is such a baby. Him and his family no more know this, but one thing stirs, playtime. One thing stirs, playtime. As nursery babies, he will be coming around the mountain when he comes. This song astronauts teach their children whenever a family member leaves. The boy sees alien family in a nursery, the ones that crash, wrecks, yet never occurs to him to give up or understand it, leading to Space Force the mission. But other closer to home families he sees before they left, leaving videos educational for him like he was their son. Other places on Earth's astronauts of the name of Jim McElwain in NASA, very famous NASA name, in NASA mountains in Alabama, cold before blastoff, airless centers pressurizing the craft before launch, faint message images of other astronaut systems, galactic ones, in this air center way, and the calling from one ones of tongues of angels beyond our universe. Explorers' wrecks stranded, and they were lost, trouble returning, coming around the space mountain. The mission to impossible, the grid died long ago. Time was normalized. NASA Outer Systems had sports leagues, space basketball stations, history in regular leagues, mostly covered up on our world. Some of the greatest astronauts were players, football, basketball, and yes, the rich history of North Atlantic baseball. A number of them were lost in space. Maybe Superman could find them on the way here. Writers, thinkers, creators for alternate shows, much older, thousands of years in their space, young 80s, some much older programs lost in space, higher space, if not near black holes, dimensional or above them, detected the calls from them and the radar back home to telephone dead numbers on Earth, outside galactic systems to others. I guess you call alien, but our family and the Darker Moon astronauts' metal tin can suit programs, which some say were more advanced, many thousands of years, if not 6,000 little years under that program, lost relics, alien to us, but very earthy, higher lost dimensional space, even older at the edges of our dimension, so old, but life springs new, that high, with an accelerator civilization programs, traveling explorers lost in deep, dark reaches of higher space, above it all. And yet some known programs like that to the international Earth bands. Others lost, but still on the radar to be found by space asteroid stations. And those they lost, deep high in space. Some old systems out of service, some newer out as well. It is those local heroes they talk about. Remember stories that TV host casters like Pong buy to tell about on international talk shows, world international talk shows, and world systems. Our satellite program of Earth's world deep probe workings beyond lower space, restricted channel guide, weather, radar, space defense. Worlds like Hurricane Eccleston planet, a world with so much wind in its upper atmosphere and a large as the sun in vastness. Astronaut Chris Launder sent to explore it in another group with him, men that played our world and were from their satellite system closer to galactic worlds called global probes, the satellite TimeNet system. Older systems mining metal works for starships. Empires long ago far away drift here, fall through space and time, cutting across time, with Star War-like ships become guardians of Earth. And the Dark Star Deep Space Era Station Point houses families in floating house stations, planet system, or space points. The grandpas in their 50s, dark beards, and younger brothers, cousins that lived in the North Atlantic space zones, but had stations in deep space going to Spica, the station's north worlds of it, the higher than star space dark star program that Tom, astronaut stationed above space-time in the dimension cloud over the stars, in the space highways, outer travel systems. Deep Who programs, charting the history of it, and the deep space dock systems, ports for galactic travel, would ever cross. Discover the alien galaxy that is so far out to them. That's what South Planet German probes wish to do in a launch day. Mission plan is advanced secret. Cartoons that show engineering and cross-civilization plans meetings. Kids shows. Family gatherings would watch them have dinner parties, and children from air centers would come. The rest lineways of belts of Earth connected binways, belt planets. High points above those planets, steep mountain stations, always like this, and a rim mountain with station far out in its space. On the mountain above the planet, dimensional guide planets in Spica's system are Earth Spica, not the super galaxy shielded worlds. Domes, theater rooms, station board, atmospheric systems to protect world, guide worlds, a Milky Way nebula of them, so to speak, waters in space between, like crystal blue lakes. Engineered the guide moon of Earth, inhabited the rim planet. Behind it, gray rocks, jagged grace points for space launch, and stations international. China has stations. Most countries do, and unheard of local international countries do. The rim of our small local galactic solar system having giant stations that the airtight passed with giants in them. Space zones. Other people's watching over their replica children on Earth, and yet further station points more galactic out for them, the shell Earth of it, bigger than our concept of the galaxy. Higher dimensional heights, gray silver rock planet, mountain high rifts in space, connected to the lower world, protecting it from spinning rock. The outer point rotates, leading to a mighty galactic dome in space, but on the mountain leading to outer moons, a giant system, like inner Earth, connected, and grass, green shrub, thick grass on the top the mountain, where a giant man stretched by this world lived with Amber, raising airtots family. Their special multiplier heart system and curved back that stretched and shrunk under Earth ground pressure, high change to environment. Big giant. Imagine our concept of our small galaxy. Skew it into a rim mountain world. Above, high, staggering gas, pressure, plenty of land. Very high station houses, points, field astronaut outstation, almost like space stations that connect to space stations over it. It's the dimensional points to our planets that government is hiding, and you can't see close up, blends in. People experience static microwave headaches too high up. The great Milky Way single Earth forest lands beyond lands, giant people, jagged space lands for giants with mountain game animals being hunted, extinct on Earth, saber-tooth animals that we don't have here, cross shows in those worlds. People go up there like it's a carnival station, yet hardship are very hard, and hard space programs are harder of interstellar launch. Someday these high points in the family secret mountains, similar houses in northern lands annexed by space high air wind airline companies, crossover worlds flights to them. It was international travel. Many aliens lived in those systems beyond one. Kidnapped a young baby taught to her airline, but he flew home. Were drugs used? Alien families lived in space international planet zones and could cross country fly or cross world fly other galactic high points of our system and alien little nebulas worlds in different sense. Alien human trafficking, like Earth worldwide human trafficking or abductions, usually done by a family, misordained,
second parallel world type relations. The alien-like fathers, side galactic universe travelers, the super universe galaxies, interstellar, beyond high radios, contact points to them, ball worlds, the rim point low program stations and launch systems for solar system travel, the other Mercury worlds like other color of Mercury astronauts that launch blast out into unspoken planets, planetary stations. Then and out further is the celestial, to us Earth, that stretches between stars or suns. The vast Earth beyond it is uncharted galactic Earth, to it going into the sun belt and flat Earth below. In a way, it is flat, stretching, and yes, its mountains are considered moons, and there are moon-like moons connected to it, and outer Mars worlds, stationed astronaut lost programs in them, and the Beltway mines starriest point stations, so much like that is the star system's suns and constellations connected to our world through the belt asteroid galactic fields. Asterisk names technology of faster stellar zones and deep planetary floating worlds above. In this 1,000-year centennial eclipse of rotation star miracles and fast traveled space points, again, time works differently for space travelers. The space zones, outer Earth high points, conjunctorial, curatorial, equilateral Earth system. The space zone stations on rim planet mounts, far out but close because they were so big, where giants lived in stations, docking sites for ships, space satellites in deep space, matched with our star probes. In your local satellites, hover over stars, twinkle lights, the windows watching you, connected with high loft space stations and centers, launching centers, docks, which are hot in the higher rooms. Only certain missions can make them work right. So, ground-based shuttle launch put you out there. Some still blast out, your choice, into higher systems until the deep space launch pad zones are reached. And the launch blastways are docked to in international systems or intergalactic space launches, which can start local and move into deep exploration, deep subspace launches using star probes, other outer galactic systems alien to our own. If you speak as a country boy, which I am not, many outer region country zones and former galactic governments, countries, dead international countries or galactic lay points where vast systems once stood or government havens sifted into dust. Perhaps they sent out alien technological messages, but these are Earth-based alien humans. To find real aliens, interstellar, super, other universe galactic would have to be accomplished, and then you would find they are a lot like us. In the Burble ways, you find angelic forests, dark energy zones at night, and ungravity way lands where God created men in evolution. Man could travel the Eden forest to other worlds, so could angels and perhaps other people, other first man, first female persons, as it states, but does not overstate in Genesis due to evolution mucking about with God's creation. We can't be sure if it was the beginning of time for that, as God's first family in angels abandoned him, flew into the stars, literally, with spaceship airplanes racing across universes of dimensions, space. Cartoons depicting such dimension travelers exist but are very old. It seems the family retired young in stations to stay young, so if you see lived on Mars world with a mummy, it probably was Mars. Earth, like worlds, grew blades of grass like vegetable roots, breads, stalks. Mars people became very strong, healthy, and lived on outer equilateral sides. Dimensional hidden missions in the 1960s and 70s to Mars by NASA. Look them up on the internet. Much gets deleted as it's put out and mixed with fakes. Northern above Earth lands. People first settled it recently, yet much older stations on it are out there. So there are countless comet, deep space, planetary long missions international NASA has done. Fan mill stations on outer Earth for landing, very windy nebula ways, tourist attractions, ground nebula wind lines. So at opposite sides of Earth, there are such stations, and in cold northern mountain lands, the family mainly sat around Canadian Huntsville mountains in cold days, where territories of each state exist and space outer Earth capitals are known, and the multitude of learnable planetary celestial systems and solar galactic systems, with Russia controlling the Beltway, Highway, space zones, mapping them, and the outer band planetary bodies, leading into their rumored star space capital, sun, planet, Russian, X-Mars, UFO-type deltas in Mars, burnt-out space belts of the suns, greater suns, and station crafts, stations below, and their space arsenal on hot Mars worlds. Different Russian-like civilizations, outer planetary Russia, countries, videos are soon taken down. Cartoons pulled about deeper para-star system stations, informational marvels of engineering showed, and storyboard cartoons banned from the public broadcasting system, TV shows that come in on long-range broadcasts from antenna planetary towers that send long-range signals through sandy, dry, leafy rim hills, strip worlds. Russia has stations in the beltways to the star around a sun-star beltway. We are a small galactic civilization with other worlds in the Milky Way, with other Earths that connect with our system through belts. You can fly to Pacific Rim moons, mining colonies. And there are many Earths around the rim highways of Earth. Pacific Rim moon mining colonies, connected to other worldly civilizations and peoples of other human alien races to us, with other planets and astronauts famous like the ones that were saved in Space Force The Mission, with the crew who piloted it expertly, as it was misnavigated into the troubling trying to go further. Asteroid guns that protect Earth, ours. Ones that drifted near the black hole where the astronaut crashed. Stations, galactic flight beltways from the time of German space programs that met the other worlds, and Russian philo astronauts which were near the crashed astronaut or one of them. Philo and Jim, maybe others, at other stops. The stations that guard Earth made by Russia, which were lost in burnt-out accidents, were now fixed, and the asteroid laser program, people came back from the dead. We drove so fast by them, they resurrected in a station space, held in stasis, space point. This one asteroid secret gun cannon station, the Milky Way galactic Earth's line in space, climatic and space stations on mountainous edge of Earth in solar system. The pressure is so high there, called the Northern Atlantic country of the USA and Canada. In the later 1980s, like a year of time for me prior to being born or landed, being raised by a space nursery first mom, twin of my mom, twin family, England of Alabama, Orion, mountains with white clouds, secret parts of second part of Earth, alien crash ships, Roswell incidences at the beach, people I knew as a baby who I see here, the same, feeling in our home, same house as a baby, other people who I meet, mom singing Coming Around the Mountain, like a Segway version, and then have the same life here. And yes, mom was there. I was floating to my birth over the earths, playing, and floating over a Normandy country, outer mountain rims, second part of Earth, the mountains all to zero down to this small town. I wrote spacecraft ideas in special baby PBS school. Mom was a part of a homeschool particle accelerator, allowing us to pass through stars, help from angels and aliens, airplanes between worlds. Yes, we flew out to the edge of the universe in our galaxy beyond the stars. Our ship pulling up alien worlds created extra time around the craft. We got out, ran thousands of miles per hour. And got back in parts on the Earths. It would make a minute intense. I think galactic Milky Way vision was air tots that could float around playing world to world like angels. Broadcast centers for finding or starting families, not natural births. The galactic PBS system, like Stranger Things stations, way points between Earth and the stars, deep space, or strange parts of the universe. We went by the impossible, picked up a female on the radio, and this is Space Force the mission, and we did take on stranded people. Unclear whether we had other crew following or waiting on us. She was related to a cousin, grandfather in Dark Star in the Milky Way, separate craft. There was a German U.S. probe drone launch, two drones, and Russian to Virgo, which we followed, had to keep from hitting a space colony. The Deep Universe drone followed us around the star, and a radio rod came out with a new space radio as it orbited, embedded into the star mountain. There was sun-star mining colonies, paraplex mining colonies. We have stations on the sun trying to blast through a star to get across it. Was advanced worlds, western front belt walls around a sunbelt canyon, weather control. So as children, babies, you see this on broadcast in dreams coming into this world. There's a gateway to our solar system where they could beam down through the heat. Lost miners teleport their thin body, frail structures, which could reset on Earth and be healed. Astronauts that first traveled around suns, parts of stars in blue hot sun beltways, Plymouth Basins, galactic Indians, ancestor moms like first mom, second, and the one you have now, and parallel versions become families, were separated, joined special space programs or dimensions like other grandfathers during the world wars, who fought these invasions of aliens that crashed on broken wall mountains, asteroid ships, brownish black weird looking aliens, 1,000 years war Armageddon beltways of Earth. Other Africans trying to get through the suns to here, jungle wars, who fought, died, surgery and surgical apes into humans or intelligent apes, and other races of ape human-like Sasquatch. You can see why world wars were fought over control, and in war Austria invades Germany during the space develop meeting other German worlds through atrocities. Jews take Austria's side, and cruel as the mining colonies were, you see why wars went extreme, and Jewish people in Bible are known for war and have many enemies. Roman world and Egyptian style during the Stone Age for metal evolutionary Rome. Roman world and Egyptian style during the mining Stone Age for metal. Evolutionary Rome with temples of Satan in burnt out worlds, air, space, heavens to catch souls during ancient Abraham times, like alien Nimrod towers where there are more races and the world were connected before the floods and the boiling over. As our Beltway explorers got cut off, parts like before the flood and the boiling over, as our Beltway explorers got cut off, parts like Antarctica and the hidden sub-mountain ways going off the planet, which we rotate around. Dinos, as worlds fell into dead states, but us flying over, looking down through the scopes, the suns shifted, revived them. Spooky ancient worlds, dying of disease but now recovered. Broadcast for help. Talk shows, ancient educationally shows like ours, but better teaching in kids. Children shows, cartoons illustrated like Dr. Who, kids versions. Mining worlds like mining worlds off the moon system, far from Earth, like Skyro existed with intergalactic ships on Earth, like connected world cruises through galaxy before people living on Mars connected to Earth or other Mars worlds. The solar system has many hidden features. Your neighbor could be in or a part of a cover for an identity in a space program in a NASA flying light years to other worlds, building space roads, fighting off mining worlds, nukes from other worlds at star points, slopes in space median worlds, giant Indians seeing thousands of years. You get the point. The floating child in the dream viewing this could see Indians thousands of years behind him. Other families, giant, thousands of years back. All of this restored in Space Force the Mission. The Bible says he created male and female, and then he created Adam in the garden and Eve by his side. Other Earth civilizations left Earth, ancient astronauts delivering cargo. Egyptians leaving the beltways with gold. Egypt, UFO statues of their pharaohs. Moses, ancient Planet X cities, worlds, pyramids, outer countries made of gold, people living in heaven that God created, and aliens or different kind of angels, not the servants. Multiverse, other existent infinite creations, different stories, peoples that never sinned, never fell. The days of Stalinist era and the space program, hot power stations in parts of the Space Cadillac Boulder worlds, between worlds, sun or near sun stations, the Planet X Mars worlds of Russia, near the sun mines, many different types of Russia. So you can see how doomsday weapons needed to be spied on there, and in places like China with the Army, Space Force, the Illuminati systems of human trafficking from this corruption, depleted weapon systems have to be disarmed. And it's these Beltway asteroid mining that power space. It's the asteroid Beltway mining systems that power spacecraft, sun energy, gases, special helium, and Mars above the Beltway was inhabited long before the development of Earth by other human tribes that broke off, connected to the high ridges in space. Our families went there in the Ironworks giant space stations, Grace's Mountains, Grace's World or Moon, Pacific Rim Moon, the Outer Earth Rim or Solar System or Great System, other side of the Moon, other part mining, Skyro's story of Monbase, balcony of earth, going off cliffs to Eden, where angels live under the side of earth, down to the basin worlds, Californian type jagged rock shorelines, type worlds on the other moons, Pacific Rim, TV PBS space shuttle beaches, edge of earth oceans, outer earth, 1600 years of history, TV history. Most were some type of English multi-dimensional space colonies rim around vast moon world, bigger than our largest solar system, and sand moon beaches on the other side. Under pressure, the invention of air-taught photo reproduction, machine outer rims of Earth, broadcast, creating births, Soulcast TV, where you can keep track of your child, shows history, mystery, comedies about police detectives on this TV network in this rim colony, or otherworld galactic mining, or watersheds, ways around Earth, built over thousands of years, space streams, old governments, and Pacific Rim moon missions to the moon beaches, sands, Philo Russia, their neighbor, the galactic solar system, space colonies. All these education videos, I'm sure, were depicting savage days Indians in these strange ways that I had here as a baby. Rockways, high peaks, nebulous snow worlds, the matte side top of the world, Canada, rockways in space as the rocks formed into planetoids, secret mountains that the government hides, cut off, connected to them, creating time traps where children play. Neighborhood friends I had as a baby, child surviving on their own in mountainways and nebulous snowway or airways in space floating above Earth, where children play sport, alien family members living there, showing you videos, flying back and forth. All this rotating around our planet, or us rotating around it, so it's out of view when we try and view it through the telescope. Eclipse videos, phenomenon connecting them to the woods you live in. All these people in the Catholic churches, babysitters, families, houses in these woods family members to save tots due to space photography ruining these special places, carnivals in parts of cities, children's tots sections, secret little worlds not born, transformed to appear as born, broadcast centers connected to phantom time in Civil War era, moving between times. Time to us may be longer or shorter for someone else in the other worlds. Shows explains this alien types of peoples. The day I ran away, I went into the woods. Power line was down. I rigged some radio parts, wires with meteor stone, eclipse pattern, like timing alternating with the story. Read Time Ravel to know more. Passing through extra magnetic spaces in the woods. If I could have ran faster, time tricks could have been played on the cops. Low storage buildings where the cops shot at me. Shops. Our great-grandparents owned the property a long time ago. I had these special sunglasses. Phantom time houses. Some had drugs in them. Strange colored jewels. Strange cryptic animals. Foggy. Special forest. Yes, I was in reality just measuring the radio signals, bouncing off, observing. And I had these radios in my pocket and strings when I got arrested by my neighbor who I gave up to near the woods. Imagine speed up time by running wavelengths, remote parts of the woods with Sasquatch I had observed. Semi-trucks trafficking on the highway nearby at night, road work, kind of like the cold play song where they play in the woods at night. Orbs, gravity, electrical disturbance, time. Now I understand time travel, pockets of parallel motion, finding meteorites that seared your hand, emitting waves into time. Government taking pieces of them into this run I was running in the woods, using this like Ghostbusters, and I had these dreams imagining watching a radio and running down a creek bed highway, plus wars, timey-wimey stuff. The knowledge of who I was flooding my mind, all these memories during this event. Thinking of shows like Our Earth flash on other worlds, first black and white, 900 years ago, Spanish civilization, outer ridges of Earth, or other outer Earths, governments that disappeared due to spinning rocks out of control, long buried or flooded, yet coming back with our accelerators, speed rays. On Space Force the mission, we restored the long old governments, outer galaxy that disappeared, the basin worlds stripped bare. History, family connected to them, god nieces, nephews, great other world grandparents, people that hunt independent get adopted into family, the Milky Way galactic Earth nebula forest with winds, special trees as the wind was blowing that day, and national parks, doomsday caverns, mountains, things you would find on a placemat. Space mountains, we blasted with lasers to open them and stop rocks spinning in Space Force the mission. From damaging, killing rock demons that possess the winds out there, that control winds and claim to be little g, odd. Machine families living out here, related missing pieces, future civilizations gone, the galactic space center lands, cornfields, nebula winds, floating outback territory, and they all connect on belt lines to here. Growing up with uncles, aunts that I don't have here, but similarity. Surviving in woods, trees, building houses as children with family, people taking Philo BB pistols, mini, and shooting at each other for sport, redneck games as children with friends, eclipses in the nebula that flash a person from different time points if born between them, TV centers for time baseball, and yet living in the now real world as a baby, it's the same people you should have met or not forgot as a baby, kids games, military bases moving in for oil, rich stretches, cousins working at them that stretch to summer beltlands in the nebula forest around Earth bases, worlds being blown over heat waves. Militaries that work to solve world problems, rebuild places like the mountains of Earth, Orion and those belt mines as they got hotter, burn. In Spica Earth, Star Wars civilization, grandpas building them, moving away, asteroid gunners, many Spica stars, the Milky Way lands in space, things the Russians were settling, large planets in our Earth galactic system, peoples from alien worlds above Canada in the asteroid belt, flying to Earth, dreams of riding in their airplanes, looking out at the stars at night in dreams, these other worlds. Close to home, other worlds going around the other side the sun, Star Wars craft, hidden in the hollow Earth, military bases, off-world air bases, so much destruction due to space mining. all the airplane technology coming from the space planes hitting the Orion star above Earth. Keep running. Deep space satellites, back engineering the tech lost to other universe civilization, and today's evolved airplanes, upscales craft, they could be hacked. The weapons of the worlds based on a little girl's seatbelt, star metal from space meteorites, survivors bailed out. I had a dream of my neighbor city, a horror house, violates children as I escaped. Something alien about it, gravity hills, and this volcano connected to Earth. 1950s erupted World War. Old cars driving to underground, under-earth alien war sites tunneling here. Roads cut off. A girl named Clara. Then her niece shows up as a family member. 1950s, cutting across time. German time experiments, telephone airplane systems. The states where I live is in the middle of this ocean island underwater war. Weapons, French, German, isolation control centers like a Wayward type Pines shows. Things where, as a baby cutting across time to be born, hospitals, pharmacies in the ocean tunnels, weather, nuclear stations, yet I made it. Bad German grocery stores, friends from alien weather nuclear stations, yet I made it. World like the Doctor from the Who stories where children played in town. The carnivals, Catholic churches and space steeples, a very Christian modern Catholic. Reformation, Jesus is the Way, family, Pentecostal station for broadcasts between countries, spy devices, German tree worlds that float by once in a blue moon. Christmas, every prior family to have a real home, you're like royalty. Special videos with family. The underground test sites for bombs, off-world sites, caves underground, worlds, dimensional tech passing between phantom times due to government tests, eclipses kept secret, hologram shields to hide zones, projections, Halo projects like video game Moon World, or Spike inner Milky Way galactic Virgo canyons to our nearest star, not the outer, more heavenly space star civilizations of the upper galaxies of Virgo, or the super galaxy. Some the pilots had connection to relatives from these worlds blended with tech. The angel alien help with particle accelerators, and I did help curate what went together. Inventing based on what we had. Pick your engine at the station before launch. I was a leader, getting the guys to go on more missions in the Army Ops, Space Force the mission. Special ones, and we invented with private contractors handing out cash. There's the greater barrier world of Earth, the galactic Earth, and Earth colonies. Then beneath this are the base world. Light years below, straight drop. Bears that stretch up to the floating Earth. All this is moving. So there was a Milky Way galactic spaceflight route around the worlds of Earth, and the Milky Way of Earth's space luxury ships takes people on tours. There are giant mountain world lands, big on planets as a small galaxy beyond Betelgeuse, the Great Barrier, Swiss mountain, oceans, ways around the barrier, oceans and lakes. There were the outer Blake worlds and lands around each colonies. There are, in fact, millions of Earth around Earth galactically. Blake worlds with empire ships, stations, galactic worlds, flat worlds, barrier countries called Blake, Russian Blake, Canadian, touch of Plymouth and UK Englander, with their own forested lands, summer butterfly worlds, rarely snows. The family had people living in a woods vineyard. Keep running. Connected to another Amber girl and brother Blake, related to a Jones and a Lachlan families, and Clara, who, yes, ancestral cousin, sub-French Alabama family members. So all these cousins were like moms to me that I met on field trips as 2-year-old in preschool vacation with family members, living as heir tot, seeing them as a tot as well, prior to the transcendent of birth. TV director of the networks, Mr. Jones, was a foreign PBS producer and had ancestors make Christian films. And the network towers existed in the woods beyond our house. In ancient Roman worlds, English advanced world about Rome and time of Christ, his family was movie directors. Off-world, made movies about Abraham of Christ, popular little still show, cartoon, and real actors in them, portraying that time frame, a different off-world time frame of Christ, Abraham line stretching off-world from books in Romana archives. Many cousins on that side. Clara was the link between families, which led to thousands of English cousins, making it hard to date. Date your cousin. Growing up tapes from mid-Roman times, and they were advanced. Roman vast stretches of lands and civilizations were experiencing riots, religious wars, airplanes, Roman Catholics, off-world Roman mountains connected to Earth through flight, British colonists settling these summertime worlds. The family was into acting on the foreign shows, rifts in the ocean, going underwater, connected to Del Grotto Islands and lands to England, Rome, then rifts to off-world in a far ultracanic off the Atlantic, where forested jungles with African black people of another race. We had some cousins there as well. Living in the middle, great parents had great parents living in the middle of this. Others, dinos, Mac jungles, vast platelet worlds stretching around solar systems. And yet we're this Ferris wheel moving throughout it on this planet. Huge waterfall systems, mountain space islands, 1,000-year-old vegetarian people who had vast farms, airplanes, strange basements showed up in the sub-basements of the house with church friends. The family had split in it secretly, lived in the Bahamas and Normandy Islands, and traveled to UK Islands, took flights off-world where aliens showed up off-world Bahama lands. There were Virgo straw hat people that were potato farmers in sections of Argo, a Virgo lower sub-Earth galactic colony.
There was a children's theme park, World Riftway, to lands in the ocean. There was a volcanic accident, possible due to bomb tests and drilling, and children were trapped underground on the immigration island. Susan, his daughter, and Salida, there was an airport on a riftway that tots could travel in time due to disruptions between worlds. They eventually moved to Lower Alabama, which at that time was an island, and stayed with family. A cousin looked like his mom. A man called Mr. Ben, her boyfriend relationship in the Atlantic. They had a cousin family in the 1970s that were related to them. They did comedy TV shows, government trying to get an edge over each other. After a trip to Germany, off-world Delk, Germany, Armageddon world plateau of Earth, the boy stayed in a German Alabama shoreline, saw the headquarters, had a camera, met family that were like cousins. Now this saved them. The park children were trapped in. He flew back home on the plane. He had met all his family members, had pictures that the government wanted to foil and take over plateau space due to the Roswell type crashes and the submarine radar system. Plateau space. Germany went home. He had sneaked on a passenger plane to Germany going across worlds. He was able to get into some places and adjust some power lever grids to help them. He went home to Florida to meet his uncle Jack, a tradesman, ancestry on the ocean. His great uncle was a pirate thousands of years ago, old. Honest tradesman, kept a log. Ocean countries. His son Johnny was on the PBS, had been in several films about life and spring romance, played a traveler who was a drifter. His mother with Jack on a date one year, his cousin from the Bahamas. They were distant cousins. He took her to a carnival in the Bahamas. Off-world migrants came and greeted her from Germany. They had a radio tracking a ghost baby, which was him, time traveling past the outer plateau world, volcanic eruption, riding in an old car with a girl named Clara. There was a port island called the Long Rad Island, beyond Cuba. Jack took his future, and there was a carnival act about babies, carnival newborns, ritual carnival strange. But a Florida boy called David, both getting into acting, met her during this. Germans came ashore, met her family, treated her like royalty at the shore carnival. Her second family relative came with the Germans to visit from a old family space mountain, asteroid space colonies above our world. But to them they were the world, not the interior Earth, connected to the families, homes, nurseries, and a giant man called David living on the edge of Earth and the outer rim moon at the edge of Earth. Their Earth. The mountains so high, pressure so heavy, a little green, like an ant in comparison to the very high planetary-sized mountain going up into space, where the family had a station home. The international space stations tried to get it from them. Family, as aliens landed and distant beyond them on a steeper space mountain, miles tall giant was knocked out by aliens running a Mars-type nursery well. Outer asteroid to us, Mars, not inner Mars. As a baby tot drifted by into their home, time-traveling, rifting, watching alien shows, pressure so thick, hard to live on, ironwork stations, waves of static space energy pass overhead. Snow-covered slopes, had children playing, families working, but trouble in the system of goals. Yet this child influenced them into starting factory space work to reopen worlds beyond tight-knit Galileo Earth systems. The Earth colonies, or Galileo, the Earth colonies connected to it, there were vineyards green across in space, and the space lanes that had been shut down due to station collapse, and the Space Shuttle Highway, new designed galactic world waterfronts in cities beautiful, never got open, people trapped living in there, connected to systems running across galaxies, high mountains in space, Strawdway systems, and the Virgo Galactic Space Shuttle Highway accident development, where a astronaut got stranded, the outer moons, worlds being built, the cold rocks in space, boulders cut off. Johnny took her to Alabama, Germany plateau of Earth, shot a famous film scene with her, where he's sitting around by a pool, spring flowers telling her that they would someday black out this site and cut the trees, destroying the Earth plateau, a plateau on a special land, rotated in a seamless ocean outer region, going diagonal past Antarctic, or the Arctic plateau ledge, going far as the eye could see to the outer world's mountains. Jack's world, yet camouflaged by governments' navies. Space reactors for world protection. Further beyond them were the space capitals of the Confederate. Some were out in the beltways of the stars of Orion, our protective stations to shield our Earths. Millions of planets, lowlands below them, that Confederates lived on, flashed out, seen in broadcast on public networks. The outer beaches of low-level base Earth, Nineveh, a beach so rich yet destroyed, but preserved, closer inland were great vast oceans and sea life, many bay islands beyond the Antarctic, or the Arctic. The backside of Earth's cliffs, adjacent on a mission with a NASA, a young boy and his neighbor-like uncle plummeted down year to these land type of sites in a shuttle during a bomb test at Space Starpoint. In the frigid south of it, seeing the land bridges, plateaus of outer Earth's mountains, and come across a biblical manuscript written by the Angel of Eden. Flying back, they flew across slope mountain base of NASA that went to a polar region of the second smaller Earth. Antenna stations on the edge of cliff slopes. Planetary, a mission when one the children was a boy took him off the edge with a NASA uncle. Flying straight down, he was showing him the outer world, but a space nuclear bomb threat at Sun Starpoint phases fired on the rims of Orion Earth, the Iron Mountains, lower Orion. They flew past light years into an Eden-like world. Moses-like scrolls, don't touch it, it's disease. So they flew to the next world. Hilly mountains, not much vegetation, a vacuum at the bottom, like the tide was rolling out atmosphere tide. They explored canyons. They could see up into world untouched by people. The other world had waterfall basins dried up with cliffs, some sort of bedway. Strange, as they flew back, finding other worlds, it was clear, on these cold, strange landscaped worlds that people left long ago and trees were gone, almost Eden-like. Like people migrated from here up, mining, Bronze Age, yet gone. A gold box closer to Earth in a silver mining basin mountain under a Earth where above his uncle lived. They could hear the adjacent world core hum. Caves. They saw a planet down there, a series of them like Eden worlds. They launched back up as atmosphere tide waved up. Soon there would be no air down there. left. Imagine a angel managing the original flat earth, Eden lands, charting, writing down all the evolutionary creatures and hominids, the dinosaurs, long-necked creatures, prehistoric days that you had in evolutionary flat earth, the base of earth that got dimensionally sifted. Let's call our angel Aziraphale Crowley David, which is a biblical title. Let's assume the angel's job, charting, writing, taking stock. Let's say angels had starships and he had another older generation angel, fell out of time, met, drew borders as tribes split off in Eden, rifts connect planets to flat earth that they crossed. Imagine that time was being destroyed, perpetuated, changed by tides, destruction, starships. Let's say his job was assumed and his friend had a super mind, could remember, write it really fast, break it down into mind code. As the tribes met, drew sides, they later created the first slaves, chained the first man to work, sold them. Astronomical numbers of evolutionary animals tamed, destroyed, cultivating the lands. Perhaps they found a foolish religious man or nailed him to a tree who claimed to be a leader, savior with tiny nails, pins, bronze chains, exhibition from the earth being divided in the days of Peleg when it was divided. Then a world storms from angel ships, Orion Beltway to Eden, flooded as man began to fight over kingdoms, rulership, religion, other people, Roman explorers, settling the outer lands, weathering the storms, which were better than the dry Eden lands. Waterfall systems, outer lands. Monuments to time. Let's say they lived for thousands of years. From Virgo, earthly angels. Maybe they are still alive, surviving in the mining silver bedlands, where arcs of gold were built, temples with Eden destroyed, the earth flourished over it. In the biblical manuscript written by the angel of Eden, the time before and the pre-Adam race, not that they were before Adam, but living beyond. Evolution, man, grafted in the human enmity with lower man, the subjects, angels, helpers, as angels played with man, and most fallen were destroyed in that flood, extinct, flat worlds. Survivors first, people in Delta Way Earth, as giant angel human roamed, building arcs for floods. Boats, pre-man, didn't have a chance, drowning. Father, please don't tell me you tested man to destruction. Dinotopia, evolution of man outside God's created world. Like evolution, animals, the angels were reapers for modernizing man. Yet tribes of first native man could fur Yeti men, intelligence, disevolved, developed, Tarzan, monkey, humans, or other intelligent ape cousins. The Yeti and Sasquatch is our only example. They had many, including Arcturus Aardvark's man. The devil's disevolution disease spread from eating poison apple, did it, to Homo sapiens. Many Douglas cartoons told of these type stories and the civilization advancement and life or technology. Man in comparison, the history of Earth's Doug was almost a prophet. Tales of stranded astronauts connected to these Virgo settlers from Earth lost the future. TV shows of David and his family studying space. 1,000-year-old programs lost to the past. Angel-like men, astronauts stranded on Earth. Stellar system that fly to dark voids. The outer caves of Earth contain deadly poison. Bats that make people do strange, sick things. A astronaut by translated Earth name Tom, studied the bats for a cure, having dimensional spacecraft, but only a space traveler. What was there further? Was this just the tip manuscript founded in Eden lands? The many stories of Eden, not many read them, barely recorded, scanned them for fear of disease. Many Bible books could be added, but weren't fear of disease. Countless stories. A archaeologist that travels snow mountains has found many manuscripts of the Bible and research of snow Ararat mountains. His space cousin Jim has a space Huntsville thermal flight company for business shuttle trips worldwide beyond Earth, is the director and loans such shuttles to his friends, colleagues, living in high mountains with a thermal grid for space colds. Keeps your heaters warm. He lived next door, family of actors, jungle acts, many cousins, and this is his space security system for defense. Not only is government a lie that if not for men like him, outbands people would take your home, town and home, and the power grid failures made this a indigenous world again, for we were a space clock transitway of native cultures melting pot in the trade zone as more thermal systems were installed after lands destroyed by tree logging, mining, digging up mountains, hills for bunker roads. The territory the pilgrims found to your state gone. Different kind of pilgrim with natives and not all Indian. Captain Jack and the lower TV networks had travel systems leaving the Earth. Years earlier, he went in the outer regions of North, explaining why he was going to inland Earth in search of a crashed Angels airplane, treasure hunters. On talk shows, talked about this in the morning. Other subcultures. People came on the show. His friends lived near the old station's towers, transmit signals in the blue mining belt of Earth's Orion continent, a land beach stream front boiling over shielded by them, and a space-tide eclipse alignment threatening them, plus many years of floods in Indian Orion, the great galactic floods, jungle worlds. Passing ships charted it in this program, reporting back to David's lost ancient astronauts in the Orion Beltway system in cut-off systems. He had a airboat that could glide or fly, showed her the countryside, told her his uncle knew of a crash in a star mountain not far from the plateau. The problem of ghost children growing up without mothers, developing into the people he knew were where this had come from. On the McCartney world was a world called Jack's Planet adjacent. He was moving there. She didn't want to go there. His father made Outer World Nazi play war games to study their action to get information. They stumbled on his Beachway tropical world, thought it was Earth. His people had fought in the World War, or the War of the World's Spies. She returned home, met David in Florida, but left him. The sub was left in the oceans where there were gold mines. His uncle Ron was in it. The time distribution happened in the Bahamas on a sunken, isolated English beach cove. He time traveled to where his mother was at. David met them. Jurassic world between Earths. He had a mom from Plymouth who was with Jack, seeing the space development heat up the worlds, destroying them due to mining. Aurora skies disappearing. He met his cousin Amber and Josh her father around a Jakara tree. There were disasters, fires, world swept by rifts. He helped save them. A woman on the radio in Jurassic World's jungles, Cousins, she wrote a song about their playtime called Ghosting in the Dark Energy Forest. During his transcendent birth, the Catholics knew he was a airtight ghost, but saw him physically, thin air baby, moving towards their dimension. Playing at the carnival, he landed in the hospital. There was a surgery for his cousin's twin. His twin by the fathers, and a hyperbarically was born, transferred from airplane in tiny thin air body you could touch, floating. His Uncle Tom flew a steel blade plane over Earth plateaus, saw his time rift ghost, gave him a ride back home. His Uncle Tom had seen him in houses in the Atlantic, almost everywhere he went. The experiment, and to which cloning in the family, he had a clone son, and the time of transcendence. Other cousins were having their babies too, so he transcended and split his born twin body through surgery, hyperbaric cloning, and had twin brothers. This was because he saw before he was born that he didn't want to be born like that, but landed born, B-O-R-N, different kind of born, and still be born without being in the wombs. His mother carried the airtight on lap. Uncle Tom went to rad immigrant islands, so overflying between worlds when there were landing rigs there, and further out Spain worlds of off-world racetracks. Peter's grandfather was a driver, famous Pedro Peter, coming from worlds through roadway being built, forming houses. He showed up. They all seemed to have a piece to the puzzle of the children's birth, time zones, transcending time, appearing next to himself, to his self, appearing on playgrounds at Catholic schools with Ramona, his cousin, by the house in Upper Alabama woods in Huntsville. The day he ran away, went into the woods, power line was down. I rigged some radio part wires with meteor stone eclipse pattern, like time alternating with the story time rattle passing through extra magnetic spaces in the woods. If I could have ran faster, time tricks on the cops, funny time, storage buildings where the cops shot at me, shops. Our great-grandparents owned the property long time ago. I had these special sunglasses, phantom houses, strange colored jewels, strange cryptic animals, foggy, special forest. Yeah, I was in reality just measuring the radio signals bouncing off, observing. And I had these radios in my pockets, copper strings, when I got arrested by my neighbor who I gave up to near the woods. Imagine speed up time by running wavelengths, remote parts, the woods with Sasquatch. I had observed semi-trucks trafficking on the nearby highway at night road work. Night orbs, gravity, electrical disturbances, time, and now I understand time travel, pockets of parallel motion, finding meteorites that seared my hand, government taking a piece of them, my family. I pulled out into ambulance, special auction to revive and finish development, the same type ambulance that tried to help that day. It happened the time I was born in. Resurrection, using this like Ghostbusters, running a house where air nursery baby sisters to him were a famous space photo, and the baby tots disappeared from the cooler rooms before being born in a baby nursery under the house. Germany photographed the house and Russia counter-photoed. The grandfather was sad, never told his family. He set up hyperbaric perimeter. His daughter and only sons. It was big news because it was a German probe. Famous, and stargazers reported the accidents. The local networks tried to help but thought it best to hide certain broadcasts for future family. There was a TV station near the Catholic nursery. It was said there was an ambulance sent, but things transpired like time was changed. There was a storm and the children were lost in a special universal broadcast from the space probes. Read Time Ravel. The family home, tall, rich, super air-conditioned. The government tried to take it. Rad played with his sisters, great sisters to him. They were watching a series of cartoons where a traveler professor genius taught science. The cartoon had a man explaining how you could or couldn't time travel, a story of a chariot out of control, no brakes, and a storm, a time wheel chariot, time machine. As Tom raced around, colors flying, trying to stop explaining time theory, traveling, living on docks, adventures, normal life, lost in time. Keep running. And the world, this man told him he could run faster than time. Explained how lower time on worlds ran different than higher ones during ecliptic rifts, running through black holes, time adventures with Tom. But it would be hard to ever stop. He would become angel-like, a time angel. 2 words, keep running, stuck in his mind. And he did. The same storm that ripped through the time, hell-bent on destroying Earth, returned as winds howled. The storm that German-American space probe, which made his sister or aunts vanish as time opened up, and he escorted the baby tots into an ambulance as the army finally could get into the house grid. Air drones covered the woods, saving his brothers, sisters to him. The memory of as a baby in the Space Center, like houses, other world cartoons, mysteries, world troubles solved. Children with a guy named Mart drifted in a house to the past, living in prehistoric times. Mystery, a sleuth investigator professor trying to protect a political ties baby family in politics who had a strange occurrence at the hospital leading to prehistoric series, prehistoric man, and a Stonehenge civilization. The boy at these family next door to a Catholic girls' school and PBS system alternate. He played hopscotch with Ramana, a friend. Here we are, once again, now back again. Jumping rope. They had virtual games, headsets, playing hide and seek. They played hard, vigorously. His brother lived near Selena. There were several he knew grew up on beaches by Florida near the Rifts. Her mom, just like a mother to him, while transferred from Normandy side the planet. Her baby was space photo in trouble. She was born through photo reproduction machines, conceived, but to be born in the womb, it allowed you to map out all children that could be born in a basement. Her mother was 17, a German sea captain, younger, then tried to start trouble with her grandmother, very distant cousin from the fatherland, but not sure if it worked out due to heat waves flaring the photo. Air concepts. He was in that room and prayed over them and moved to heal them, the tot. They were born later in Normandy Island, air tank. Children were over there. Selena was born, and a twin version of him, which got healed by his twin, moved on the 17-year-old. Had a beach life, strange TV shows, soaps. There was a doctor going to the Bahamas from the mountain named Grace, from Grace's mountain. Her mother was with Paul, her brother. Like Frankenstein, she saw the ghost child. So a daughter from the 1980s related to Grace through a child of Celia with Andy, 3 twin children by her and her sister, rescued from an infernal house and murderous doctors. She raised them on her own, and the father took the children, and the father, two guys, having twins, gene manipulating one was Johnny Kid and David by another sister confusing. There was a Spanish Amber and a Spanish Prophet. There were Ambers in Star Cruise worlds and Claras that strangely moved back to Earth. The outer beltway of Earth had a harbor and a gate fence. Shepherds, as the baby flew over, watched giants lived in the mountains and green aliens later in life. As he flew over the mountains, uninhabited cliffs of Earth to the other side, he grew up in the woods estate house, traveled to other houses, he had two Uncle Jacks, Professor Boating. His Uncle Tom's brother was a fisherman in Mobile and the ocean. His birth mom did not know about the secret trips or other families, even though they were cousins. Here, she didn't really know them as cousins, just friends. The other grandpa erased their memories so they could live a normal life. Cousins and uncles became next-door neighbors. His Uncle Jim took him out in his space shuttle. He grasped the thruster. The toddler baby flew straight down, dropped straight for an hour into a world light year away that was drifting by Earth, a basin world. They found a writing in it, was scanned by a space laser, had a code and ancient text. They launched back. He took them out a couple more times to these worlds, to a comet, once Mars, but he erased his memory so he could sleep. Lived in a normal neighborhood with friends. Eventually settled on that house out of their 3 houses at the bottom of Earth basins. There was a drilling program to hit the other world, a secure Earth to a base, but world still float, landing them closer to Virgo, Milky Way, Spica, star motion grounding star. Strangely, it was where Earth was originally located before the mining and the crashes of the worlds together. There were Philistine giants, hundreds of feet tall base worlds, tribe wars from the Bahamas. There were government social workers who became mamas in the house, David's Canada fishing nets under the house. The Army Space Corps moved into towns. People assisted them. Pioneers became a part of governments. Government would build a city next door as people built cities, because cities, business people made money, built towns, stores nearby, sent police to run out the locals. Police far on a mountain near Africa, Dr. Howell Mountain. A small English state controlled the mountain, had a TV network library stretching back thousands of years, TV film shows, history, museum archives, monarchy over it, connected to the Douglas monarchy and shows. The mountaintops had great clouds. Mountains produced their own clouds, which you could pressure into other time and zones, children playing in it. The nearest flight planes were connected to snow-capped Alaska above Earth, time wind mountains. The deserts between had metal time properties. During the eclipse, time fields opened up in the winds and energies. Children playing rock games. These big boys who colonized it, a part of a moon program, built power facilities to curve this. The rocks were energy active mountains, nebulous going above Earth into outer province, Matt, Canada. Normandy giants, monarch being quarried, gravel pits, mountain roads, alien airplanes connected them, terraforming Earth. In these territories of states we know today, and outland provinces in North Atlantic above southern Canada. The southern Canadians weren't really Canadian up north. They had rich history of Indians, settlers, people native to the North Atlantic. These flights connected to the outer English worlds. Jurassic Jim and Amber living nearby, owning dinosaur zoos. Spacecraft from the glass-blowing Apollo spacecraft days that's hardened with metal fibers, scouted worlds, higher worlds than their friend Arthur Dennis, an actor with Amber and Trishy on a show Lightway of the Galaxy. A series of planets called Kennedy, 200-year-old Mammy Patterson world, 200-year-old Patterson world flight plane living near the Patterson's flight landing zone, the nebula of the Earth galaxies. Arthur was a traveling actor related to Douglas Cousins of Jim Douglas. Maurice Adams, the writer of the shows about a group of space travelers lost traveling from spacecraft to spacecraft across the galaxy. They shot an episode over Earth. Amber was in it with Arthur Dennis. They shot scenes at Antiquity beaches of Edge of Earth Outer Rim. Green jeweled rooms. The largest planet was the Milky Way galactic Earth, where Arthur was from. When Amber's cousin baby was born and Auntie Mom Trishy was acting soon to have her baby, the restaurant in space where they met up, the premiere was coming, and they were shooting at a man-made beach on Earth near the coast before the drilling expanded the coast, near the hospital system where the baby was born. As spacecraft flew over the beach where the front harbor office was developing, Enterprise, a Dixie store, pharmacy, shopping center, car communities were full. Arthur went to the hospital to check on Trillian by the gift shop as Uncle Tom was flying in from the airport coast. A dramatic scene on the coast of a climate change destroying the world, a comedy. The water evaporating at the beach, alien spacecraft parties on the beach place called Harbor Town. There was a border wall camp for immigration, strange occurrences, and crossover shows, isolation buildings for treatments which they did not need, cleansing people, jailing some for sanitation. It ran up the coast where these strict cities were in lockdown, near a NASA launch pad, tramps wandering, shopping fights. They even thought mothers having babies were to be committed for 3 months, given special drugs tagged. The brother Neil and Drew were here down from Florida, Scottish cousins at hospitals. Last confessions, you could hear last confessions of pilots in the hospitals, interrogation centers for heightened national security. The babies were born and brought home. Alien Matt, human, had multiple hearts, came to help his brother out of this. He knew he saw him in his dimensional house over Space Canada. As a tot, there were many people that resembled him. Children playing in the stores, neighbors, so he took him and his mother to a quieter hospital in the country. He made sure his brother had a normal life. Every time a friend came over, he gave his brother a alien calming drink, not to dwell on memories when he got in trouble. And that was it. Normal life. There were times in life where parallel people showed up, like Clara showed up as a clothing store worker trying to date Brad or Rad. The Germans in the Bahamas already wanted related family for migration, almost tried to get the family's DNA for genetic manipulation purposes. People following them through stores. Matt even showed up during hurricane season to play sports, yet they forgot him. Chinese neighbor Pong Jr. played basketball, running, training, fast sprinting ability. Could get up to, for a millisecond, 40 miles per hour in a strong wind. The man in the military, a cousin from this alternate timeline, Matt, another Matt, started on a mountain, empty, playing. Kids would play all day, hard. The woods had time winds, eclipses, games in the woods. Time woods. Mountain light, time tricks. Kids grew up there, shot movies, thought they could be young forever, cheating time. Tots from the future, mountains, seconds old, neighbors. Some kids turned into old men before their time, working. Friends like Karen, the eclipse was going to allow them to time travel for a brief moment. Light versions from the future playing street hockey games. Invention for time play. Special rocks with properties from the mountains. They would fend off at night. Cryptozoic crypto animals. Their friends, the Dukes, with Selena as a cousin in the 1980s late home movies, were taken. Wins games, which was all forgotten until one day, hiking through the woods, the boy, 16 years old, discovered a warehouse with a video game home movie entitled Scott Abbey. They were playing a game called No Scott Abbey in the Woods with air-taught ghosts. It stirred thoughts in almost memories or imaginations he had as a child. All these education videos, I'm sure, were depicting savage days, Indians in these strange ways that I had here as a baby. Rockways, High Peak Nebula, snow worlds, the matte side top of the Canadian province, the shelfway frozen worlds, but spring weather sea worlds above, vacation climate, daffodil hills, high hill country, modern with space computer tower buildings overlooking them, green spring stretching into space, the lateral side of Earth countries, systems starting out, Philo's English system, the Pacific rim of Earth, the outer beaches going to the Roman antiquity caves, and further in space the backside of Earth antiquity caves, below where pirate oceans worlds dried up, beds of the solar system gaps never cross, to asteroid lands and stations for shooting them, other people's guide planets leading into modern advanced systems of planet worlds, beltways, lands in space, calm, peaceful, high mountain, bigger than planets, worlds, bigger than thousands of solar system, the guide worlds, rockways in space as the rocks formed into plane loads or planetoids, secret mountains that the government hides, cut off, connected to them, creating time traps where children play, neighborhood friends I had as a baby child surviving on their own in mountain ways and nebulous snowway or airways in space, floating above Earth where children play sports, alien family members living there, showing you videos on and flying back forth. Eclipses, video phenomenon, connecting them to the woods you live in. All these people in Catholic churches, babysitters, families, houses in these woods, family members, to save tots due to space photography destroying these special places, carnival parts of cities, children tots sections, secret little worlds not born, transformed to appear as born, broadcast centers connected to phantom time in Civil War era, moving between time to us may be longer or shorter for someone else in the other worlds. Shows explains this alien types of peoples. Shows similar like to our Earth Flash on other worlds, first black and white 900 years ago, Spanish civilization, outer ridges of Earth, or other outer Earths, governments that disappeared due to rocks spinning out of control, long buried or flooded, yet coming back with our accelerator speed waves, Space Force mission, restored the ancient governments, outer galaxy that disappeared, the basin worlds, stripped bare, history, family connected to them, godnieces, nephews, great other world grandparents, people that hunt independent, get adopted into family. The Milky Way galactic Earth nebula forest with winds, special trees, and national parks, doomsday caverns, mountains, things you would find on a place map. Space mountains we blasted with lasers to open them and stop spinning in space from damaging, killing rock demons that control winds and claim to be little g odd. Machines, families surviving, living out here. Related, missing pieces, future civilizations gone, the galactic space center lands, jagged cliff worlds, belts, vast belts, cornfields, nebula winds, floating outback territories, and they all connected on belt lines to here, growing up with uncles, aunts that we don't have here, but similarity, surviving in woods with friends, trees, building houses as children with people, taking Philo BB pistols, mini, and shooting at each other for sport redneck games as children with friends, eclipses in the nebula that flash a person from different time points, if born between them, TV center for time, baseball, video games, a baseball simulation game, and yet living in the new real world as a baby. It's the same people you should have met or not forgot. As a baby, kid games, military bases moving in to collect oil-rich stretches, cousins working at them that stretch to summer beltlands in the nebulas around Earth, bases, worlds being blown over, heat waves, military that work to solve world problem, rebuild places like this, the mountains of Earth's Orion, and those belt mines as they got hotter, burnt in Spica Earths, Star Wars civilizations, grandpas building them, moving away asteroid gunners, mini Spica stars, the Milky Way lands in space, things the Russians were settling, large planets in our Earth galactic system, peoples from alien worlds above Canada in the asteroid belt flying to Earth, dreams of riding in the airplanes, looking out at the stars at night. These other worlds close to home, other worlds going around the other side, the sun's Star Wars craft hidden in the hollow Earth. Military bases, off-world air bases, so much destruction due to space mining. All the airplane technology coming from the space planes hitting the Orion star above Earth, back engineering the tech lost to crashes to other universe civilization, and today's evolved airplanes, upscale craft, they could be hacked. The weapons of the world based on a little girl's seatbelt fell from a star. The metal from space meteors, survivors bailed out. Something alien about it. Gravity hills and this volcano connected to Earth, 1950s. Erupted World War. Old cars driving to underground, under Earth, alien war sites, tunneling here. Roads cut off. A girl named Clara, then her nieces, shows a family member, 1950s, cutting across time. German time experiments, telephone airplane systems, as a baby cutting across time to be born, seeing in the ocean tunnels, weather nuclear stations, bad German grocery stores on civilization towns, friends from alien worlds like the Doctor from the Who stories, where children played in towns, the carnivals, Catholic churches in space. Steeples, a very Christian, modern Catholic Jesus is the Way family Pentecostal station for broadcast between countries. spy devices, German trees, worlds that float by once in a blue moon, Christmas every prior family to have a real home. You're like royalty. Special videos with family. The underground test sites for bombs, off-world sites, coves underground, worlds, dimensional tech passing between phantom times due to government tests. Eclipses. Kept secret hologram shields. Projections, halo projects like video game Moon World or Spica Inner Milky Way Virgo canyons to our nearest star on the outer more heavenly through the communication system. Space star civilizations of the upper galaxies of Virgo or the super galaxy. Some the pilots had connections to relatives from these worlds, blended with Earth tech, the angel alien help with particle accelerators. Inventions, parallel, and families. Plymouth Basins, galactic Indians, ancestors, moms, first moms, second, and the one you have now. And parallel versions because families were separated, joined. Special space programs or dimensions like other grandfathers during the world wars who fought these invasions of aliens that crashed on broken wall mountain asteroid ships. Brownish black weird looking aliens, 1,000 years of war, Armageddon, beltways of Earth, other Africans trying to get through the sun's belt to here, jungle wars who fought, died, surgery, and surgical apes into humans or intelligent apes, and other races of ape-human like Sasquatch. You can see why world wars were fought over control, and in war, Austria invades Germany during space development, meeting other German worlds, the other Roman world, and Egyptian style wheat farms with pyramids, off-world lands full of Egyptian gold, Martian-like worlds, and African Egypt lost lands during the mining Stone Age for metal evolutionary Rome, with temples of Satan, burnt out worlds, airspace heavens to catch towers to catch souls during ancient Abraham times where there were more races and the worlds were connected before the floods and the boiling over, as our beltways explorers got cut off in parts like Antarctica, dinos as worlds fell into dead states, but us flying over, looking down through the scope, Space Force the mission, revived them, alien worlds dying of disease, but now recovering, broadcasts for help, talk shows, ancient educational shows like ours, but better teaching kids, and shows, cartoons illustrate like Doctor Who in kids version, mining worlds like Skyro existed within intergalactic ships on Earth like connected world cruise through the galaxy before people living on Mars connected to Earth or other Mars worlds. The solar system has many features. Your neighbor could be in or a part of a cover for an identity in a space program in NASA. Flying light years to other worlds, building space roads, fighting off mining worlds, nukes from other worlds at star points, slopes in space, Midar, Midian type worlds, giants, Indians seeing thousands of years behind us, other families, all this restored. The Bible says he created male, female, and then he created Adam in the garden and Eve by his side. Other Earth civilizations left Earth. Ancient astronauts delivering cargo, Egyptians leaving the beltways with gold, Egypt, UFO statues of pharaohs, Moses, ancient Planet X cities, worlds, pyramids, peoples living in heaven that God created, and aliens or different kind of angels, not the servants, multiverse, the other existent infinite creation, different stories, never mind days of Stalinist era, the hot space program, power stations in hot parts of space. Cadillac boulder worlds, between worlds, sun or near sun stations, the Planet X Mars worlds of Russia near the sun mines, many different types of Russia, so you can see how doomsday weapons need to be spied on. there and in places like China with the Army, Space Force, the Illuminati system of human trafficking from this corruption, depleted weapons systems have to be disarmed, and it's the Beltway asteroid mining that power spacecraft, sun energy, gases, special helium, Mars above the Beltway was inhabited long before the development of Earth by the human tribes that broke off, connected to the ridges in space. Our families went there. The Ironworks, giant space station, Grace Mountains, Grace World or Moon, Pacific Rim Moon, the Outer Earth Rim or Solar System or Great System, other side of the Moon, other part, mining in Skyro. Stories of Mond Base, Balcony of Earth, going off cliffs to Eden where angels live, underside of Earth, down to the basin worlds, California worlds on the other moons, Pacific Rim beaches, edge of Earth oceans, outer Earth, 1600 years of history, some type of English settlement, dimensional space colonies under pressure, outer rims of Earth, colonies or other world galactic mining watersheds, waterways around the Earth, other Earth, built over thousands of years, space systems, old governments, and Pacific Rim moon missions to the moon beaches, sands, Philo, Russia, their neighbor, the galactic solar system, the space colonies. All these education videos, I'm sure, were depicting savage days, Indians in these strange ways that I had here as a baby, rockways, high peak nebulas, snow worlds, the Mat Side Top province of the Canada world. Rockways in space as the rocks formed into planet stretches, secret mountains that the government hides, cuts off connected to them, creating time traps where children play, neighborhoods, friends I had as a baby child surviving on their own in mountain ways and nebulous snowway or airways in space floating above Earth where children play sports, alien family members living there, showing you videos flying back and forth. Eclipse is video phenomenon connecting them to the woods you live in. All these people in Catholic churches, the babysitters, the hospital networks, families, houses in these woods, family members to save tots due to space photography ruining these special places. Carnivals, parts of cities, children's, tots, secret sections, little worlds not born, transformed to appear as born, broadcast centers connected to phantom time, phantom houses. As these recent memories filled my mind, I recently had a memory from when I was a baby coming into the world. I was in space, unaware of my surroundings, and the rocks were spinning, and I remembered seeing I was going to be born, floating down to my birthday, seeing God's Spirit, and the rocks were spinning violently, swarms of them, seeing God's Spirit form worlds out of these rocks, spinning and creating our place. As I drifted into the universe He created, as people from beyond crashed into our star, I entered the world playing with kids in developing lands, seeing my family and more family in a different version of Earth, in a similar house, watching TV shows, playing as a baby tot or air tot, at times seeing giants in ironwork stations in space edge of Earth, family and angels. I believed the crashes into the star were related to me. Whole families died but are now restored. Space Force the mission. I always believed there was more to my father's side or fathers. I need to return with a drone and recover the family airplane with them inside, the bodies. In the space plane, I believe God is related to these people. I saw a different Mars behind me. Martian-type worlds, millions of years old in its place, yet our galaxy next door is only 7,000 years old. So time runs different. We are time travelers. We have always been alive, just not here. Before we were born, God knew us. Virgo stretches to heaven. I saw a gamma ray burst like a star in the day where I could see into the universe to heaven like millions of sunsets in around September or October in the afternoon. This takes me back to when I was a baby. I remember being airless. The rocks were spinning, and God was creating the earth, violent star winds, and I floated to earth and lived with my mom in a house like the one I'm in now. As a airtight baby with a body, Mom played with me. I spent a year there until I was born with her, or her family sister, on Earth. I never really saw it that way until recently. Never knew my father, but I do now. He's alive in a starship that is restored. Many years before this, a group of NASA higher Earthmen flew a shuttle rocket straight down a light year from a off-world site, finding a lost silver rocky world, flat shelf layers beneath the others, abandoned, all the trees gone, a empty waterfall bed, which is actually how Earth connects to a plateau worlds, the flat Earth. But this was Eden-like, never before seen. Aliens, dark, special alien colors, shades, calico, dark, invaded us as a 1,000-year Soviet-German war against the continents of Africa pursued due to a asteroid hitting the edge of Earth, cutting it off, destroying it. Many smaller ones hitting our world, where there were off-world mountains, nebulas connecting, but hidden by government and travel agencies. A metal man-like battlefield of bodies, bombed out world war aliens did this to Earth, setting us up, stealing our limited flight tech, slaves, mining colonies. There was several crashes into stars believed to be caused by them, of ambassador angels, people from heaven's other universe, and the protection stations shut down for everyone's defense of Earth Transitway on a cliff was where the boy's second family lived, in a house similar to his, high pressure. He played there as a developing tot. In a dream before his birth was arranged, stretching to a secret moon colony, Galazi, tall trees, outer shell forest to Earth's barrier worlds, logging high up in space. The moon colonies had production lines as ghost-like figure floated down from space. He was spinning in different timelines as the worlds formed during the Great Calamity, as in pre-Earth heaven worlds. His second family set up, raised him, the outer connected Earth section bunker, a submarine island hole tube bunker where men stationed underground during the War of the Worlds. World War I and II. These tube stations were a part of a space launch system station. Runners became trapped, surviving underground when aliens were landing, dark skin, alien color. The sub-alien people in control of Outer Earth base. The mission controls for space and space weapon systems were closed, shut, locked, lost to open. Families sent video back to families on Earth, watched on TV, record player, looking devices. Men 1,000-year-old were trapped down here, connected to lost space missions, crafts, locked away, stranded, much like them, in Mercury upper fields and other lost in space. Space Force mission to help rescue, unlock them. The landing sites for the Space Center: Havenland, Florida, near Normandy, a space launch landing site, asteroid land trenches, second space Earth-like zones. The brim of those worlds had, and this is towards Japan, but off-world. The brim of those worlds had major bomb tests from sub-ocean rifts, people in bunkers sheltering from it, hiding in Earth's cold lands, secret space route. South cold lower poles unexplored, the ridges, cliffways of Earth and Earth systems, and the Antarctic or Arctic zones beneath the Arctic had high, tall radio antenna going out, connected radio antenna on the asteroid belt of Earth. Asteroid rock belt sent out reports. Midland radio operators collected the reports. Panjima Brown African safari worlds, Paleo Mac safari sub-mountain worlds, Mountain Peak mountain rim of outland Earth, Atlantic leading to cold northern mountains, Mount Capaldi, Roman territory, moon mountains, deltas of Earth, and farther is Grace's moon and planet Stretchway beyond lower, smaller asteroid belt. Massive Grace planet Stretchways, Gray Rock and Gray Rockway world. Some Earth colonies there, Philo's territory between world, leading to the Rimway, subland of Africa, and the war-torn area of African world, and the space planets of Douglas tri-moon systems of the colonies of Earths, leading to Milky Way Earths, lands, deltas of Earth, space system, that alt region, the Delta Way top of Earth, owned by NASA fields, outer protected guarded system of NASA, the country of NASA, countries beyond the Southland lower zone, Chelyabinsk, Russia's countries, space world zones, unheard of breakaway ones. The Russia enclave with French Bohemian type races, children play there. Many upper class children go there to play to the borderlands of Atlantic delts, leading to the Orion system Delta Way space program, star mines and stations deep into radiation belts and delta Russians, red laser accelerators, orientators, spinning ground station programs, Krovinskian Russia, and the Jewish lower light year away settlements and their space program, the larger conglomerate countries and our so-called local ones, Atlantis Delta Way of modern intergalactic Earth, Pleiadian star connected alien flights to Earth, leading further out to Bingle-like alien north aliens of high pole stars, destroying the shell coast, sending pieces into Earth, killing the dinosaurs which still exist and were collected by Atlantic people. Mobimbian people, higher space, Soviet Russia, red speckle color space lights, and the modern Soviet world, not communist but space, old-fashioned but advanced. Sputnik type, connected to Gulf Beltway shores, Space Center Florida of the other continent of Atlantic, Eastern Norwegian, and Martian dwarf planets with space colonists, different regions of space, so the outer limits of Earthen had a asteroid crash with name Macron, territory England, or Magan, territory England, hard-working peoples, the outer and grass asteroid lands of the outer side of Earth. The outside beaches of Earth to the Canada North Moon side, the subspace oceans of Earth, lower Earth, higher caves in the high valleys, men with beards, long hair type men, tall, leading to where Germans built a asteroid response space program, subsets of worlds all the way to the outer belt asteroid colonies where volcanic eruptions happen, and the diode of out of Earth region of Egypt Peninsula, and Confederate space zones, lands, prime regions of galactic Earth, the protective space hard mountain rockways where big systems in high upstrewn space, North peoples in space houses beyond all this, where blue space colonies flying into crazy hot space, first astronauts to go around tiny blue sun stars, next blue radiation belts, uncrossable space stations built by madmen like Hitler, trying to cross it, going into the galactic star blasting mining programs, the laser sun, Paraplex, Mercury lands, sunbelts, fronts of hilly advanced sunbelt, high-tech galactic space, the western front wall of the larger Sunway. Lost rumor, a silver shining periplex radiation star, brightest radiation star, hot white blue, natural metallic color, waves, spiral, amazing engineering, unusual spinning structures, blue lights, lasers so fast you can't look at it, in the blue bright looking through computer scope goggles down to lower in the major light years worth of relics. Dead people in them to the asteroid belt beyond our star of Earth, the Gap Blue space stations, Soviet stations, similar but primitive, burnt out in hell. Suns, stars, plasma, red mercury, vaporizing, so hot. Solid mercury. The probe sent special signal energy so they can survive the floating high pressures of upwards in Space Force the mission. By a Space Force mission photographed, alien developed to the peoples of inner Earth, like the caves where outer Virgo of Earth's galactic zones cross the space cave boundaries, youngsters mainly on it. Riftways, advanced civilizations spread in this area of our north side. After the Rome's under caves of antiquity, underside of solar Earth, the seabeds, hollow Earth above and far out is the David peoples, Canada, English upper stratosphere people in space lands, light years stretching in higher space, astronomical numbers. Tenerife or Tenerife comes from the name from the people's Gaunich Tenai mountain plus Ife, snow, literally snow mountain. The island's indigenous people as a rim toplands of Earth, they were semi-related to them, and Spanish. The name of Earth country having unique TV international broadcast systems. International Earth having unique TV international broadcast systems. TV shows from that region that showed puppet animal TV shows popular that taught the history and lessons learning the top sides where Roman force beaches going over the edge of the planetary systems, windy side of Earth beyond hurricane tide winds. Some places were calmer than others. At times you could check planetary system space weather reports on this and the slender ways, but vast countries and land barriers, manuscripts and outer systems history reveal more about what the Roman type peoples were doing back then, like a Roman space mining colony and its worlds outside of Earth, where Earth mines other civilizations met with Romans and other worldly Roman explorers, the age of metal being mined and slavery, as connecting world barriers were being destroyed from much older civilizations. Apocalyptic weather, asteroids, massive worlds bigger than our solar systems, with height, depth, lakes, oceans, mountainsides stretching into Orion, new colonies, evolution, Rome, a world, vast world, lakes, waters, like what's described about God's heaven in the book of Revelations. Many saw a map of the old world and a world called Bethlehem, planetary bodies sitting above shelf worlds, connected to the great stars like a carved out ship or cave hanging on Orion, the pillars of the world or the foundations. Did the miners build it, or eons, or did God? Orion suffered a great galactic flood and a world called Apocalypse. A world system, star systems, Earth was a last hold out, hoping something could be done to save them. A fierce star moved closer to Orion, Periplexia.
Time was divided. Barriers of worlds crashed into each other, creating alternate time zones as the mined-out stars and rock belts collapse. Aliens support this trade, now cut off. Pleiadians on other side star, rumors of lands stretching beneath for a universe of time, the outer Milky Way, Orion galaxy, or universe lands. Lands beyond the barrier vortex star. They had tried to tell this story to primitive Earth Egyptians, listed as the destroyer, Mayans, Planet X counters. Earth had asteroid belt worlds, lands beneath Earth, pillars, mountains, continents cut off, many things which NASA hid under other organizations, icy worlds, frozen beyond the beltways, with barriers connected but solar systems of height separated of roving mountain, asteroid, rock barriers which our ancestors crossed. There were Arctic polar civilizations with a star force in the modern age, as locals built their galactic space Star Wars systems, but it was buried. Meeting with other Milky Way Earth civilizations, missions to rim moons, asteroid belts, the first astronauts, and other solar outer systems moons for our world were discovered lands above our system. Had giant frontiers with giants living on them. Midian worlds which our people invaded. We created giants of our own, super ones, from high-pressured Space Mountain Station tanks. They had to be to live that high. Many children grew up there. As our worlds merged, northern lands were hidden. Mountains that connect joint worlds were mined out, covered up with space zones, different empires. The cliff barriers of the outer shell to our world system, NASA built barriers to hide it. When the world time zone grids came on and the King Douglas English or outer world English civilizations engineered, designed structures for civilization, galactic home worlds was abandoned. A very great model appearing in children's shows as still shots. The Russians overcame the system of Rome. Many factions in Rome, Germany, outer worlds, the outer other English German-like asteroid program and high space stations, high-tech asteroid guns, decommissioned, lost in a black vortex asteroid belt during the wars, colossal outer world confrontations, and home worlds, the space Atlantic stations for asteroids as well, lost as storm flung a asteroid moving the one it was on as the station went dead, and joint peace space programs which led to these peoples going into star sunbelt mining, slavery, labor, as Stalin-like Russians ran slave trades. Governments, for good reason, their worlds were falling apart. Their side of the sun's broken. They could never conquer the African rim, outer side near the inner sunbelt. Diseases, wars, Africans wiping out Germans, asteroid crashes regularly bombarded the old coast. Dangerous. Many English settlements lived nearby, making peace with them. The outer shell of rims of Earth stretched way out beyond the solar system. The blue offset stones at the rim base of Earth's system stone hanged off Earth, where years of slavery work carving out blue stone, blue gravel colored stone. It was hard for soft humans to even stand on the weighted stone, like ants to its size. Many had witnessed the rocks spin, planets break off as Betelgeuse Earth, first world outer shell broke and left this strange hingeway here. As miners destroyed the breaches to the old Roman worlds, declaring independence.
It's something to think about. As the old world farm colonies got modernized, taking away vast farms for modern systems, losing jobs to cooperate Stalinists, instead of working, earning the food and resources, the work was increased with no ownership. Governments took over education programs through TV networks, setting the zone laws, wanted to indoctrinate the children, give them world tours, learning about history from only their viewpoint, field trips. Ambassador programs existed between world zones for smart children. Families related as ethnic low-wage slavery in Germany worlds for African immigrant was done away with due to network campaigns. Canadians, Betelgeuse was a long, rocky, outer Canadian system, a part of Earth's high nebula mountains being mined. Children's living in the mountains, playing in the rocks, hunting, living on long roads, driveways to stretches of territory, stretch countrywide. High Canadians hid there on the world as separate planet, hiding the connecting mountains, vast ones, the vast plains of world going beyond the ball rim that was just a mountain in the world. The moon was just a broken outer world mountain. Amazing. The real moon program was way out there in a series of moons. There are megaliths and depths to everything, and links, widths, height, depths in the sandways between worlds, islands, beach driftways, water tides, but most became deserts, vast plains with rain surviving on water, extracting machines. Peoples beyond us found a way to survive. People unlike us, our peoples, were chosen most versatile and smallest for space travel. Worlds dried up, red, starved winds, energy turbulence, apocalypse weather. Secret map online communication networks for discovering galactic secrets, publishing them. Interplanetary world of the same planetary system of worlds and worlds. TV programs were broadcast over the radio, played on old tuner devices for still shot viewing, and special station houses for raising interdimensional tots for learning before they were brought into the world through the broadcast company system. Space Force. The edge of Earth has a high city, a family living in the old house with a oven that they take apart, clean, and fix every time used. High-tech, old-fashioned yellow bleak. A secret set of woods, mountain territories, and a mountain above Earth, the highest mountain. These special houses pressurized with a grid. The sound of hushed silence of the mountains in these series of houses, flights leading to different secret places, dizzy, dazing effect, steep mountains, silver, hazy gray rock going up above Earth, shielded by space lights, leading to the outer asteroid belt lands, with hidden planets covered by rock when it spun out due to an explosion. The galactic Milky Way forest nebula mountains held above asteroid comets in space in a line to the house, flight stations above, and iron welds, space stations above the poles of Earth and its outer rim beyond the barrier of the moon, lower belt, where secret belts, planet Sheldways, a Grace moon, and Sheldway mountains, rock planet, uncultivated, a big hidden gravity planet, big as the solar system or the major planets in it put together. And men would work on shooting rocks or asteroids for German space programs with Russia and the US, NASA, Galactic, Milky Way. Other governments existed out here, very old space trading galactic mines at the edge of the galactic Earth and the shelf ways floating beneath them, light years away, hotbeds of the nearest stars, shelves going to the star canyons or other outer sun beltways. The Russians had different worldly colonies, Airbuses, spinning wheels, stations, mines to the worst radiation star systems going to it. The Periplex star in Orion near the black hole. Electric grids. It had its own black hole leading out the universe causatically. Cosmos to alien minds in it. Stations, world, living in the crisscross black holes that hung on the star's iron belt, shifting other Mars worlds, space colonies hidden by the nearest stars, stations leading to the nearest galaxies and the galaxy of Heaven Virgo, and guide worlds, nurseries, hitchhiker type transit ways. Spring weather. The rim had antiquity mines, Roman caves, edge of Earth that rolled underneath Earth to sub-belt oceans, dried up lower Earths and hollow Earths. The Orion had planets inhabited. Fascinating with was the Roman planet Evolution, where in the Iron Age they enslaved many people on a big world to mine for ore and build planets. Temples built that washed out due to approaching dwarf star became too hot. Earth's galaxy had 6 worlds leading to Galatry, Shelfways world, static colonies, 6 hard-working Galatry provinces in Earth, and the Galatries in the other galaxy and similar worlds to it. The main thing was the mining colony. Philo moon asteroid colonies. A group of Russian Philo smart worlds have a space program that searches for special moons caught in rifts for mining or stations. Thousands of year old program. A classic music artist astronaut crash lands on a moon high above the sun star system thousands of years ago to some, near a black hole vortex leading out of a black hole. Him and 2 others crashed, the founder of the colony along with NASA galactic astronaut, so high up in rock debris field that time passes different from them, drifting out. Their advanced ships wrecked, centuries old. One of the first space major launches outer world Apollo programs. Glass metal ships of new Apollo worlds from galaxies. High ice worlds, Star Trek rock worlds, going higher out to the edge of the galaxy's height to upper super galaxy. The edges of the worlds had stations going up and up, out further. The upper galaxies and a vortex in the rim of the worlds, a high speed beyond universe. Power, sublateral above. The stars themselves were close by carnival type world. Centuries old TV actors had a space cloud atmosphere station surviving above the first level of stars and other worlds. Beyond the barrier of the moon lower belt, where secret belt planet, a Grace moon planet, shelved mountainous rock planet, uncultivated, a big hidden gravity planet, big as the solar system or the major planets in it put together. An outer Earth with a rim around it, and a beach, ocean, English settled, yet a different type of people, Philo-Russian, North Atlantic native, a separate keen to the Canadians. They visited in Canadians' secret lands, country, a power station high above thousands of kilometers away in rotation on boulders built deltways to Mars, other Mars worlds inhabited while turning through, and yet above Grace's moon and the Pacific Rim moon, where there are outer galactic moons where rocky, cluttered hills with strange dissonance energy connect to other worlds like Earth. Children would play out here, houses where dimensional spaceships sat into Canadian Air Force's alien worlds, and men would work on shooting rocks or asteroids for German space program with Russia and the U.S. NASA Galactic Milky Way.
Other government existed out here, very old, space trading galactic mines at the edge of the galactic Earth and the shelfways, floating beneath them, light years away, hotbeds of the nearest stars, shelves, going to the stars, canyons, or other outer sun's beltways. The Russians had different worldly colonies, Airbuses, spinning wheels, stations, periplex mines, to the worst radiation star systems going to it. The periplex star in Orion near the black hole. Electric grids, it had its own black hole leading out the universe, causastically cosmos to alien minds in it. Stations world living in the crisscrosses black holes that met with fan belt windmills and blue light radiation waves. Fan belt flickers and an energy field on space trail, heat so intense, planets on the outside of it going across the sun star through a groove of heat red mercury color. Russia was building with its allies a galactic space equator highway, protected lands for landing stations, and a galactic public broadcasting network aligned with the English Americans of the Atlantic space colonies and other worlds of the Milky Way galaxy, which was considered on Earth connected to Orion with outer worlds that mined and sold to Central Earth and its shelfways, universal galaxy, super. Secret lands, outer barrier, rocks to the space Earth, outer system, the outshield Earth, connected to the sun and sun's belts and the other on-shield sun, with a ocean valley between it. The UFO program. Many low Earth orbit colonies hung on the star's iron belt, shifting other Mars world space colonies hidden by the nearest star stations leading to the nearest galaxies, and the galaxies of heaven, Virgo, and warm guide worlds. Spring weather, the rim, had antiquity mines, Roman caves, edge of Earth that rolled underneath Earth to sub-belt oceans, dried up lower Earths and hollow Earths. The Orion had planets inhabited. Fascinating was the Roman planet evolution, where in the Iron Age they enslaved many people on the world for its mine, for ore, and to build planets. Temples built that washed out due to approaching dwarf star became too hot. Earth's galaxy had 6 worlds leading to Galatry, shelfways worlds, static colonies. 6 had working Galatry provinces in Earth, and the Galatries in the other galaxy, and similar worlds to it. The main thing was the mining colony. The waterways, clearest waters, clean, amazing, protected by a watershed around the edge of the planet. The largest galactic watershed, the Earth Galatry colonies. Many Earth people built their own retirement lands modeled after this. They would pay their bills to retire there. Many giants lived in the mountain galactic lands beyond this, pressurized on sub-high space worlds to be big. Giants would look after the nurseries of children play worlds. Due to many space programs, there were people who would find air-taught ghosts like toddlers, babies who floated in the atmosphere, who the giants would raise in nurseries until old enough to be taken to Earth, adopted, or put back with their families. Rich space traders would try to settle small, full-out lands. Many believed it due to space accidents or different modern worlds creating program stations to reach them, program them with broadcast systems, educate them. In the future, a group of treasure hunters go in search for galactic exploration airplanes that went missing, or a group of ships lost, tracking them to this Earth thousands of years ago. Remembered a ancient surviving family connected to star space accidents. A family of people crashed into a starbed near Earth, trying to go around high in Orion. Airtots thought to be in their family technology from the crash, and it was used for modern flight to be an ancestral lineage. They created a lineage. Philo Moon asteroid colonies, a group of Russian Philo smart worlds, have space programs that stretch for special moons caught in rifts for mining, or stations thousands of year old programs. A classic music Beethoven type music artist astronaut crash lands on a moon high above the sun star system near a black hole vortex leading out of a black hole. Him and two others crashed, the founders of the colonies, along with NASA galactic astronauts, so high up in a rock debris field that time passes different from them. Many crashes up here, and their advanced ships wrecked, centuries old. One of the first space major launches, Outer World Apollo programs, had glass metal ships of new Apollo worlds from a galaxy Apollo trillions of years old. High ice worlds, Star Trek rock worlds, going high out to the edge of galaxy's height to upper super galaxy. The upper galaxies and vortex rim of the worlds at high speeds beyond universe power sublateral above the stars themselves were closed by carnival-type worlds, centuries old. TV actor had a space cloud atmosphere station, and coming to Earth there were ports where fantastic men took care of power systems with a pocket watch or device maintenance men. Your house was heaven when they were on your world. Powerful air weather control. They ported at Sunbelt Oceans. Why they built the star mines was for the Sunbelt Oceans. Polar ice waters, periplex motors. Children could glide through time, see their family. Christmas time, raising air tots, airplane wreck. Thousands of years before into rocks of stars. The stations were built in respect, but for the child on the craft, visualizing just pulled the speed beam. Not really a beam, just speed gun. It reversed the accident. Space Force the mission. Their technology was in the craft. They finished the child's writings. They knew his thoughts. Smart men. The inventor. Programs in the power cells for this. What was its mission? To watch a supernova in Virgo, outer reaches. A gamma ray burst would crunch the worlds, but this new space probe and overreaching space force, the mission, stopped it. On the way back, sorting out what was left of the fast hot drive, they dropped a power cell ROM on Orion, hidden mountain, land of greater Earth, from the black void vortex. Energy, speed time. Heat transferred into speed, a tram port device that reflective energy shimmered. Speed. This shimmering tram shook the ground and transported you across uncrossable mountains into the vast universal galactic Orion lands. The void tram connected to radio technology embedded in the star, transmitted to all worlds. Enough energy to spin out stars that had quit spinning. Control all weather. By placing this here, they gave it back to the land, the mountain. Something an Indian on his birthday told him. First birthday, pre-birth, that first Christmas. His Christmas mountain, newly built worlds, space high, came home, celebrate, met him at chocolate. They had chocolate cookies, presents, and the shows for kids, toys. Galileo Earth. A meteor shower dancing with lights. Christmas lasting. The high forest surrounding the house, the space family in space mountains, higher than the size of the worlds. They sat on the edge. Winds, children, Christmas stations, beautiful. From beyond there, the cartoon broadcast to Galileo Earth, rotating system, but in station. The rocks used to spin in space around them further out, and a mighty dome city raised above to guard them. The moon above was beautiful. Missions to it from their parents. They were in waiting in this gravity radio rich moon. Dusty sands on the moon, big beautiful moon rock. Zero pressing pressures. Further back were the Capaldi Mountains, stretching over a side of the planet. The gaps going back to the outer system of the galactic solar system to Earth. The mountains cold, dark, and reached there. Families open gifts in the Atlantic worlds, mountains of it, calling the moons emergency calls from their fathers and grandfathers. Others stranded on stations, funding cut, but it was his money. It was the family's money. Government took it. Moon bridges dropped from the budget for shuttles, barely surviving in the moon radio station. Waves of head-hurting energy. The space systems kept them in the radio field room. Light fields would put them to sleep, awake from coma or degenerate death, and regenerate them out of stasis, and the cycle starts again, all to study the moons, these hard moons. Going on the surface briefly, the moon miners on the dark lower Earth side of the moon, caves of the moon in metal suits. A man named Drew, a brother tall space station, deep strand flat shelf world outer rim, station on way back. He knew the children from a Betelgeuse space station planet they played on. He was a older heritage relative of some space kind to his brother, tall, strong, alien figure of a man. His brother was Scottish, English, something else, Icelander maybe. The man helped them fly one segment of the craft to Earth, where he met his cousins and returned to Betelgeuse. The astronaut from Betelgeuse, a far-reaching galactic universal travel astronaut program. Astronauts in their history lost on those moon rockways, the million light-year crafts, like a carnival serving ice cream, and Jim went to look for the lost astronaut. A air launch vacuumed the oxygen into houses he stayed at. 5% of atmospheric pressure used, so much more air he was invisible. Drinking soft drinks from NASA in the 80s. The air-taught time rifted to drink with him. He left them messages and phoned from space. Intelligent, lost his father in space. The higher strandways of Betelgeuse. When he comes home, they turn the air center on. Time disappears. It's so powerful. Age leaves. History of a longer space system using this technology. Astronauts from other universe checking out ours. Where other aliens here, they barely had enough to get to the next galaxy, but not the alien super higher galaxy, not listed. But his father could be seen in the system, the air center system. Where was he? They left stations on ridges unattended. Broken International Space Station shells. Everyone watched a horror movie in his absence on the theaters. History books were to erase him. His friend Jim Philo, with a sports car, secret agent style, a special radio called a Philo radio in a broad spectrum, played classical music from an astronaut, Beethoven, for over 4,000 years old, who had recordings from long ago in his craft. They pulled further down after they leapt out, pulling him in. The fall got him and others in a row. Couldn't miss the special space shoe mechanical running system and vacuum pull port system. If he could run faster than the universe, fast as a flash, a space or space characters from superhero shows from his time, thousands of years old, the writer he rescued for a superhero writer in his time and a TV star. Jim Philo was an adventurous guy, mountain climber, gangster type, writer with his radio of space ideas, and a movie star in silent films about he special agent that goes on space missions. He left to join the real Space Force. Not only that, a man further on the title side, older, well-known, stranded, the first galactic astronaut in a galactic ship wrecked in deep space, and others surviving above the first level of stars and other worlds. Mars Belt Planet Stations, a Mars program, set up a grid trying to fix the power grids. German astronauts working with people living on Mars in stations building due to electrical failures, and a German female astronaut miswiring the grid and explosive metals that burnt most of that program in a fire. The families retreat into their Mars shielded homes, where they have lived for thousands of years before the asteroid strikes and red dust storms that destroy most of the outer Mars systems. A hidden family, giant Mars world ancient, that flew out into the stars with the Galactic Space Force, building more stations, seeing family out there. Riots in the ore field lands started a fire. Mars burned, as did most of the outer volcanic lands in the asteroid belts beyond the solar systems. Like nuclear bombs going off, a flying station leaves Mars for the outer rim systems as babies are transferred into special nurseries, developed, not born. Space air thin, tiny. The elevator transfer system the old mining colonies used to transfer for rift points, world to world, station to station, locked off. Apocalyptic asteroids, red, bombed worlds, structures, the things talked about in Revelations and similar books, fulfilled. A leader set up a mark system for using the only transport system available. A cruel man only tricking them into being marked for star station mining. Heat, torture beyond living in hell. Blue, white star, light, death in every bite, every bit. Beyond astronomical calculations of heat, microwave radiation. Angels showed up, stopped most of it. Stars falling from heaven, asteroids from them, war of the worlds, disaster weapons used. The angels arrived in Virgo and encamped around bad fallen angels' worlds. The children of the woman out there, they fought off the dragon. Aliens connect these space programs, had not had contact from them in years. In Virgo, would these angels fix the grids and the new space station grid system? Earthquakes in outer Italy and evacuation during disruption. The Sledge Beach Shore Beach, sandy countries, lands and of Germany leading to their low base planet. The caves, tunnels into exterior Earth's underground bunker station, and the mountain rockways outside of our system, volcanic eruption evacuations, the country beyond the mine asteroid belt shaped outerior. The boy, after the mission down to Basin light year away lower planet, comes back to a hidden dimension, springland, country farm, forest, open land with wildlife. They reset after these trips. The man phones his mom, flying a shuttle over the countryside. Hope that's all right. The country springland was on Earth, but blocked off by the man with NASA for the government. NASA had secret bays like elevator grid stations around the system for secret launches. A system through space, a bendways to Bend off-world Florida, connected to the Delta world of England and its tunnel bases, palaces. The equator world of South was one they were trying to partner with people there. Low pressure world almost upside down, almost blade and metal antennas grid-like for weather modification of hot equator world, and the baselands connected to it, stations and mines, poor lower German country connected to it, running the mines for setting up a space radio system called NEVA for broadcast into higher worlds that are like equator world, but shelf vast stretches of world high in space astronomical altitude lands. It was placed on a drone above, lost in a high system, and it and other space lands almost dimensional in altitude in deep space, in deep high space levels, galactic mapping the outer regions of the galactic system, helping communication for space travelers. The Space Force missions flew by it, enhancing the signal, bringing home its astronauts on way back to it, connected to the galactic Milky Way radio. The first broadcast system lost with a astronaut ship in an asteroid space, deep dimensional above the galactic universe. Lost. A laser grid shelter put around the wreck. It sent signals to NEVA, broadcast systems. The only thing our noise could someday go to the other system. The boy great-grandfather from outer German helped design it. System. Space Force mission rescued him and others and removed the radios, picked it up, flew its drone craft radio back to Earth systems through the fallway and moons, dropping them off at the cave beltway parks of outer system Earth, where they blasted a hole in the unexplored outer regions of space on a rock facing, making it easier with laser gun to go inside a rock mountain, jagged stretch of lands, light years big, great cold caverns, parks, blue, black space caves for tourism out there. And the other half to the Milky Way forest. Out there was the Patterson Space Center Station land, base country. A light grid signal cordoned it off in and its spacious gravity, windy land. The nebula windways, old legends arose from outer populations of space plows, churns that tilled lands and refined bread like factory, and a David race of Jewish-like peoples living in a land caught between power systems of it, starving. An introduction TV show of David, telling how his family history and other world Bibles foretell about the star sign for the space riches and bread and the galactic peoples who made it before them. Documentary broken down about an edge of beach Earth lighthouse system, but the heat and terror leading into Russian space zones and other galactic peoples. The math word a paraplex combed strange symbols each time minds erase. The galactic land's power grids had star heat. The walls protect the outer city from radiation. Slavery built more primitive ancient plows, metal on a pulley vibration churn sift the dirts and grade the bread and the fields ready for harvest, and the space system seeding it, ready to run, make deliveries. Laborers were few and starving. The outer land once received bread from Planet X Egypt, Pyramid Mars worlds, and the Jewish-like peoples who owned the churns and ancient plows of the galaxy lands of the outer beltways, trench beyond Orion and Roman colonies. Churn wheels, a man-built plow Egypt-like, traded gold and was space gold mining colony, building pyramids in a Mars Planet X world and base lands. Study the lands beyond the Arctic or Antarctic. Rifts, hollow earth, aliens, and the pillars of earth, broken continents, land belts outside of earth, leading to the alien hollow side going to Eden worlds that man lost the way to. Egyptian to contact with them and their space trading systems, which curiously had abandoned a colony full of cargo, mountains of blocks of gold flying past the Planet X Mars base of outer system through the sun of Orion, leaving statues in the sun belt where their mines were left monotonic gold white lands covered in light, the delta land of Egypt. Many peoples live out there. A astronaut actor lived in the English mixed Egyptian colony with first broadcast system out there in a gap land that time leapt over, leaving gaps in time entropy living longer, cutting across time by their Planet X generators of gold or of Mars type worlds, baselands, a outstation point spy for NASA. The astronaut was also rescued. Generations of great-grand thousands of years of family passed down, all still alive in this land that time forgot to update on the swingabout. The restaurant on the planet world at the end of the power grid near Douglas Moon and Power Beach Planet, Douglas Planet, with ocean trench between them in a space riftway. Ocean connected to the outer high dimension system of Douglas galaxy planets and others on this world. A great cartoon astronaut traveler, space engineer, writer for TV shows lived. Him and other writers for well-known adapted shows and adopted shows Galileo PBS systems aired. And connected to the families of peoples in it was a broadcast and probe that mapped their world. A boy adrift from family point to point watched the broadcast as de-evolving space baby. During the storms of Earth, a guide system the writer of the show wrote about the engineered space worlds. Douglas' Guide to the Engineered System of the Universe. TV shows his future sisters on a computer which was thrown in space. They lived on a galactic cliffway with vast trees, crater rift mountains going into edge of space, the valley heading to Earth's system, higher dimension. His sister, during the storms and flight transfers, dropped the guide much older into space. The probe rifted it off a drift in space. The developing baby read it and drifted too close to the para-star pole stars in a oxygen cold field in the pole pressure, drifting into the dimension side of upper Earth-based system. They had probes broadcasting to it. Their family home TV studios and daycare. The girls called it from the house on a computer number, 20 to 30 numbers long. Their lost guide computer, a very high-tech virtual world computer. The boy answered, "Hello, woo? I'm calling from Pole Center Earth," he said. The boy parallel moved to the probe, which guided him back and was activated by the call, the space probe. In search mode, the parallel adventures of a baby in development in space, and the highlight he saw. The probes were designed to reach higher parallel space. The parallel guidebook drifted back to Earth with the boy, and an entry he will remember from his developing sister in a housed photo bombed by a drone. "Help me, I'm lost in the computer room, going invisible. The house refrigerator is broken. Advanced space system. A fridge holodeck-like world not properly installed for entertainment movies. It was this place he would connect to, and the NASA doctor to be born, much to his surprise at his first mom already adopted him in that family in a space mountain world, much like interior Earth. As he spent time with the whole family across parallel worlds and stay point stations playing, singing, watching those shows, cartoons, but was thin air light, featherweight, with a thin airless body, getting bigger, its dimensional systems, years earlier. Out of Earth, Roman colony, a volcano civilization near the outer beltway of Earth, near the Sun Belt, a Stonehenge way that connect the outer rim Earth's big gray rocks stretching forever beneath the outer ocean belt. Lava disrupted over the land, creating a new time zone. So big and powerful, shooting up, as ancient peoples show up on the Earth colonies from the past times through valleys of timelands burnt out from another time zone. Migration, a inferno project to drill to the outer core of the volcano, because it was hot. Earth Sunbelt core on a military underground base, sublands. As space storms disrupt the eye of the atmosphere around their beltway, lands a spear that protected their outer worlds that had space stations, sun stations, and an astronaut program to cross and supply astronauts crossing the galactic beltway. Astronaut Matt Vance, others famous missions caught in the Mercury fields of space still flying around. The gravity rotational field around them, trying to cross the barriers of this beltway sun to the other side of the unknown space. Many famous astronauts lost in these programs and ship stations on Mercury worlds. A call from beyond the system of other astronauts trying to meet them with a vacuum tube-like propel structure embedded in the hottest, deadly side of the sun. The ocean below of lava flowed, galactic, with hot bed water oceans below and stations on it. The flow was too powerful to even look at, like a universe flowing into a gulf. The galactic sun near the pole star in this vortex way around the sun, southern land, Mobile country, outshores the world, and Florida, Havenland, Florida, near Normandy Islands, near the Gulf, many separate Gulf, Florida planet, space world, island, world, mid-ocean, rain, space trench, Bermuda, was the communication network to them. The Earth Galactic Space NASA, Russia side, Siberia, outer territory, Soviet program, connected land, worlds, mountains of outer rim of Earth, or Earth's mountains, outer Earth, worlds, flight systems, modern, land, world, countries, high states of country, races, ethic shores, beltway, nurseries, dock space zone, towns, and secret highways, the greater world, asteroid lands, trenches, mobile fishing lands, the ridge rift lands of the south, flooding covering it, dirt build up, and Orion Noah flood, galactic rains, rainforest countries, bays, gulfs, southern land lost, continent, South America, Arctic, Antarctic, hidden zone, Confederate land, wilderness, German conclave, the Brim world bomb test from space NASA launch facility, ocean rift, shelfways, the basin Earth, the light year basin of flats world beneath Earth in the galactic system, solar light years away, straight down basin half of our outer Earth rim, south cold lower poles, unexplored radio antenna, ridge cliffways of Earth and Earth systems, secret Arctic zone beneath Arctic or Antarctic. Admiral Byrd, Vinland, Germany, was a country beyond the lands. Asteroid belt of Earth. Poles or magnetic Earth poles, belts leading to outer world, hollow Earth, space Earth, zone, caves, systems, the Sun-Star Cave Rim beyond Sunbelt, second side of Sun, Earth's alien helium, UFO, and deep Russia, space, American, star, Mars worlds. The beltways of southern Mars, Highlands, and Douglas, England, country, world, sub-Atlantic back country fields, firmament, worlds, above, beltways, hollow firmament, belt, asteroid, rock belt. Worlds, the seas and oceans, mountains, high dimensional zones, the Israel drop Midian Eden cliffs of Earth beyond, of the edge of space cliff basin of sub-Earth to Eden lands, flying to a sub-mountain, Moses type Egypt, Sinai, UFO, alien country, angels, territory of old Abraham country, grasslands of Esau, firmament, Russia, higher earth, America. Panjima, brown African foreign to earth country territories. To the left, the ocean of little g odds Africa. Plymouth, England, and the outlands of Plymouth, subworlds. Plymouth Mountain, Douglas Who Mountain, the Who Mountains. England, Africa, jungle separate hidden zone, other side, Macalwang country, safari worlds, the Shellway of the Atlantic East, Paleo Max, safari submountain worlds, ravines, TV stations, taller men, subflight world of it, rim of earth, high peaks, Swiss Heide Alps of the rim, Swiss Heide Alps of the rim, Capaldi peak mountain rim of outland earth, Atlantic, leading to cold northern mountains. In the second Milky Way forest, Roman territories, moon mountains. Moon mountains, delts of earth, half solar systems, light year, Grace's mountain, and out farther Grace's moon and planetoid. Beyond lower, smaller asteroid belt, massive Gracetoid gray rock way world, some earth colonies there, Philo's territory world between jungles of earth, below indigenous people, outer German, northern Germany, African Germany, and other outer sublands of earth, leading to the rimway sublands of Africa, going down, and the war-torn area of Ashkenazi Africa world, where men developed into apes. Poor, some English dug colonies leading to Douglas Planet, and the space planets of Douglas and tri-moon systems of the colonies of Earth being explored, leading to Milky Way Earth lands, delts of Earth, NASA space systems, and the alt region, the Deltaway top of Earth owned by NASA fields, and outer protected guarded system of NASA, the country. Countries beyond the Southland, lower zone, Chelyabinsk, Russia, Russia's countries, space world zones, unheard of breakaway ones, leading to their star space program and energy system, the Russian enclave with French type race, maybe little Bohemian type race, rich architecture, leading to their space worlds and state monuments. The outer Russian world with particle light accelerators, like a Ferris wheel type civilization. Particle red laser lights dazzle the country sky. Children play there. Many upper-class children of the Western white world go there, play to the broader lands of Atlantic deltas, leading to their closest star. World planes of Russia type people stations. Particle accelerated red laser running time physics of Russia, updated with the new inventions, leading of space particle accelerators, leading to the Orion system Delta Way, space program, star mines and stations deep into radiation belts and Delta Russia, type outer systems, Star World, Mars, Planet X, Star world stations, red laser accelerator, spinning ground stations, program, Space Force, America of the South, Krovinskaya, Russia, and the Jewish lower light year away settlements. These are all outer countries of Spaceland Russia and their breakaway countries, and their space program. The larger conglomerate countries and our so-called local ones, Atlanteus, Beltway of modern interior galaxy Earth. To the north region, higher gap of mountains, rockways, Pleiadian star connected alien flights to Earth. Towards England, Russia, the outlands of Troughton and barren green, cold, mountainous, leading further out to Bengal, like alien northern aliens of high stars, calico aliens, brown but colorful gray, tan color. Many high regions in low-level lands, and the Afro-black people aliens of Space Corner North Star that crashed into Earth's outer system, low-light sun beltway, and into Earth's beltway lands rim of the planet, leading as their world broken off from a galactic universe system, destroying the shell coast, the beach, to the outer ocean tide of the planet, sending pieces into Earth, killing the dinosaurs which still exist and were collected by Atlantic people, Mohabimbi peoples, higher space Soviet Russia, and red special color spacelight stations space program, and the modern Soviet world, not communist but space old-fashioned but advanced, Sputnik type lower beltway country, brown Soviet war, Orion works, East Rim mountainside, doomsday plants, before the Space Force cleanup, leading up to the Navy Russia of High East Side nuclear Navy country and space system connected to Gulf Hovland shores, mid-ocean space Florida and country ocean land, Nixon Space Center Florida of the other continent of Atlantic and Eastern German, Norwegian, Prussia, Socialist Americas, and German Canada, sub-passage islands, exit, high tiny dwarf planet worlds, and Martian dwarf planet with space colonists, different regions of space, so the outer limits of Earth. Our earthener had a asteroid crash with proxy countries and the Magan country. Modern society, Magan territory, England, hard-working peoples, the outer Heidenberg-type civilization, and the space Heidenberg crashes in the alien beltway and grass asteroid lands of Atlantica, Earth, the outside beaches of Earth to Canadian North Moon side, almost dimensional. Roman antiquity subcaves, ocean dried up. Under side the Roman settled caves with lamps in the subspace oceans of Earth belt lower Earth higher caves, leading to the northern grasslands, vast pastures, green coastal tropical animal species, vast hollow cavern worlds, antiquity layered upon itself into subspace oceans. Long-haired beard-type men, tall, leading to where Germans built a asteroid response space program, big guns, cannons, long tubes, hundreds of miles, fields, so green Swaziland's, Atlantic peoples, subsets of worlds, all the way to the outer belt asteroid colonies where volcanic eruptions happen, straight back Confederate space zone lands, prime regions of galactic Earths, and the Space Alliance, the protective dark space hard mountain rockways where big systems in high strewed space protect Earth stations, engineering stations, weather control, passage, galactic marvels that feel dynamic, the harmony of the system controls. North peoples to space houses leading to Earth sub-moon connected to the inner world of Atlantic leading to the higher moons above the system and deep space moons of higher space Deep Space, Philo Space Program, and the First World Contact Galactic Space Astronauts, Astrological Days, Lost. Beyond this were blue space colonies flying into crazy hot space, first astronauts to go around tiny blue suns, stars, next blue radiation belts, uncrossable space stations built by madmen, Hitler-like, in dense hot regions of hell. Trying to cross it, going into the galactic star blasting mining programs, the larger sun periplex, Mercury lands, sunbelts, fronts of highly advanced sunbelt, high-tech galactic space dimensional time type spaceships and mining beltway canyons that built a sun of first Earth flat world rim front around the rim of the sun, to us a star, to them a sun, mining it, living on it, control energy of seasonal time, high-tech season, changing company, in control of a sun stars, others around a star many light years out. The western front wall of the larger sunway, some the larger suns and stars even in this region, giant gas worlds, deep space periplex, black hole district, lost rumor, silver shining periplex radiation star, brightest radiation star, hot white blue, natural metallic color, which could easily vaporize red blue Mercury plasma balls. The fast moving waves, ripples, crashing, soaring plex waves of spirals of energy so intense of light sound waves in this passage system, silver spinning disk tower stations in space fan wheels, waves, spirals, amazing engineering, unusual spinning structure, blue light laser so fast you can't look at it in the blue bright goggles, star singed things further back, more awesome than can be described, vaporizing heat. You would need a star particle carbon block accelerator shield spacecraft for this side only, brought out in emergency. If you were near the deadly shielding stars connected, you would survive, but major speeds needed, and star shielding light accelerators creating new particle wave systems, star-based miners, silver trapezoids further in the star periplex station, worst space station burnout long ago due to the galactic war, down lower in the major light years of uncalculated drop, universally, silver barrels, airbuses, red laser relics, and space people buses, stations, burn heated, Deadpool in them, zones of them, stations light colored, silver people in them, spinning metal wheels, bullet space stations, sitting with people in them, turning to the asteroid belt beyond our star of Earth, the Gap blue space station, Soviet stations, similar but primitive, burnt out in shell, industrial loads of mining bus industrial stations, burnt out doomsday weapons production. Hitler, German rocket astronaut going to nearby moons with American industrial outer world German, who sent rocket ships to universal deep sunway launches to take pictures, drones, satellites reaching new speeds, putting radios in space, paid by German homeworld, tube drones, satellite heads spin fast as through space shot roads into belt rocks, the gaps between worlds, sun stars, plasma, red, Mercury, gap waves, blue, red, hot, microwave energies between gaps in the universe of space beyond black holes, rocky cliffway, white, gray, chunked vast world, bigger than galaxies to us, sit behind, beyond untamed, no way to cross them, solid Mercury as you go through the red barrier, floating space above the stars, up with the gases as you're like an ant in a star. You come in view of Mars worlds, red planet, floating worlds, unseen stretches, and some made it stranded during pass-by colonies. The Space Force mission shot them a canister. Send red speed energy accelerate new power so they can survive. The floating high pressures of upward pressure. Then through the asteroid belt even higher to a grim dusty way on a beltway where astronauts lost galactic connected to first astronauts Milky Way 1600 years old, looking a day over 80 with beacons, old-fashioned shuttlecraft on surface, wrecked ship spiral on a belt meteor that drifted from the Milky Way going so fast, a particle accelerator speed covering real universe of space valuable rock. Some Phelan moon astronauts, as it's the straight drop drift we pass to the top water space fall, and grab them suit running space shoes, and the roar of engines pushing us, accelerating us, and flash run universal, picking them all up, split before time speed, in the windshield of our spacecraft, stretching out there as we ran in Space Force the mission as they ran towards them and pulled them in. As German asteroid gun flying away, stabilized by us in view, and a station of gunners, Star Wars like resurrect, the speed energy restores them in stasis. Accelerant on the moon belt asteroid out of the black hole, the diagonal shot. Jumping Gax running into the crash. Another 1,000-year-old astronaut ran in another who was a first astronaut. Foreign astronauts. Stuck on tips of rock breaking apart underneath swashbuckle moons, asteroid moons, was their destination. It got crowded. Such is the life for a Space Force mission astronaut. It got crowded. A valued galactic commander lost for 100 years, time bent to protect life, stuck on a dust-ridden slab in space, pulled in before a lane-type floating swash in space was ran on. Bible dynamic alien graphing motor, broken crash survivors stranded, energy slabs of stasis space moon worlds, rock canyons, and 2 drive ships, astronaut Jim, a life drive study, high-tech world, high-tech dimensional ship, coming home. It was a doctoral ship, Apollo-type astronaut in subspace, grabbed, moon, lost orbit, of higher dimensions found, stations, landed, fixed, bordered, way back way, people living in microwave moon stations, deep galactic, rescued, regeneration, every day out of stasis, living and dying, waking from dead to survive, which is how the outer station in high intense burnt out zones survived. Flux star silver metal, minor rockets, shuttle shaped stations, space buses, high peak pressures, Neptune gas spinning like the others, in star rims, oval stations, floating on star, high-tech alien seemed, but Earth-based alien ones nearby, heat vapors, speed intense, spinning wheels, grounded to some of the molten boulders, and small drone stations sitting in silver white light heels on a peak of star pressure like a mountain wedge. Fast moving blades keep them from burning the ones further back where so light-ridden, deadly people in them. Light stations, moving as fast as the stars, spinning, crashing sounds even a deaf person could hear. Red laser, Propellex, Starfield stations, a high station of alien-like systems, all the features. Much of this was scoped due to the Russian star stations out there, and Space Force the mission, and the probes sent that way. High-peak, tall gas beltways, power systems, blades, domes, silver or light-colored in the blinding light. Shooting lights, white as the stars' colors, blades, spinning light, blades, complex with stations between the power system to the lower stations. Further down, Russia out here with one fan system blade, blue spinning in fire. Lower stations in the hottest parts of stars, wave blue radiation waves, flicker, light, solid light, energy waves. Microwaves are some kind of new energy. Fluxed waves, tight circles. Waves, fast mixed with light, universe waves of intense beacons of high energy ripples, and these stations with the same description. Intense waves roared in light blades, spinning fan mills, protect space station mills. Lost in the light, further red burnout ones, other dimension of them in the light, and blue metallic stations stretching wide, blue light molten in the lava with red matter over them, station star mining. The light we could see came from this station. All other light was non-color intense. We could see our way by the mental ability given to us by God into the nullness. Probes photographed this for the first time. Rims of waves cascade at the entrance. We came out of this null solid rims, more solid than described. Pulse packets, brown dots of energy ripples, paraplexity, coming out of this system, seeing in the paraplexity shocks, light shocks, stations, earth people, alien coming together. Alien coming together in this trial that we were either on nor off. We were so fast dimensional, many places at once. A out-of-earth Roman colony, volcano civilization near the outer beltway of Earth, near the Sunbelt Stonehenge way that connect the outer rim Earth, big gray rocks stretching forever beneath the outer ocean belt. Lava distributed over the land, creating a new time zone so big, powerful, as ancient peoples show up on the Earth colonies from past time through valleys of time lands burnt out. Migration, a inferno project to drill to the outer core of the volcano, Earth Sunbelt core on a military underground base, sublands. As space storms disrupt the eye of the atmosphere around their beltway land, a spear that protected their outer worlds that had space stations, sun stations, and astronaut programs to cross and supply astronauts crossing the galactic beltway. Learned by astronaut Matt Vance, others, famous mission caught in the Mercury fields of space, still flying around the line circles around the stars, trying to cross the barriers of this beltway sun to the other side of the unknown space. Many famous astronauts lost in these programs and ship stations on Mercury worlds call from beyond the systems of other astronauts trying to meet them with vacuum tube-like propel structures embedded in the hottest, deadliest sides of the sun. The oceans below of lava flowed galactically, with hot bed water oceans below and stations on it. The flow was too powerful to even look at, like a universe flowing into a gulf, the galactic sun near the pole star. In this vortex way around the sun, our ship had a black hole cast engine vortex motor, but couldn't be used. But now we had the power from the star. It made for an alternate time field since we crossed the black void. We flew over a Roman mining world, temples, rock buildings in mined-out parts of cities, towns in the sun's star heat. We flew over a tomb-like area. I saw on the scope, opened the time hatch door to cargo hold, bottom of the ship, and vacuumed up something. Later at the station they found a man who had been preserved like a king that had been crucified. Others we pulled in. David, our time motor, picked up time airless travelers from wrecks. All of this opened at the stations above our local Virgo, a new station as they medically treated them and searched for the DNA relatives. David the Giant from Earth, Galileo sector, and a strange gold box over this sitting coming out the black hole. We saw opening in time. We could see waves to the past. Our energies traveled to the past, to the time of Christ Jesus. it did say he would lose nothing in the end. And yet he suffered. He would not see death. Perhaps our energy during the earthquakes, darkening of skies, changed time, a glory around Christ as he didn't see death. The angel delivered it. The Roman mining colony had to be connected as our time motors stirred up the outer atmosphere to our multiverse above around our Earth, which is what seemed to happen to our David person, a double experience. He told us double memory. Our ship found a gateway, another level to time, our past happening few seconds ago, thus still in play to our void. We dare not change things. One guy suggested we find first Adam, shoot him before he sinned, the gateway. The angels kept seeing time remnants of people, things. We let our computers sort that out, crossing time heat bearers, each dip and shock. Things we saw in shock we remembered without sleep vaporizing, headaches and moaning, our memories wiped. But it comes back, crossing this microwave belt and others' energies, stars to avoid. The most deadly star we shield from, only picking up signature dared not remember, and the signature's new energies. When young blonde Rad playing, years earlier, when young blonde boy Rad playing, walking, talking at young age, the twin child of the second family, compiles notes with his brother that meet as baby tots. They have ideas influenced by their alien cousins, special school programs, special programming to write space star ideas on light accelerators that we used, engines, piles of notes. Boy genius later compiled them. One morning writing a physics papers on light acceleration change, then simply to particle accelerator converter with engines, and take their notes to finish details and write detailed notes, blueprints, wave theory. They hand in their notes to school space broadcast program office, crossing a dock in the other city in Georgia. All these notes got taken and used in program to build Astro particle accelerator light drive ships, simply to what they can do, and handed in another set of notes to a local NASA boy leading trips, school trips, and a remote Bermuda island base where their grandfather's uncle lived. Later is there living on the asteroid Galileo planet as they meet before blastoff. They met their families before blastoff. Traveling separate ships, which they modify the same system technology, but more added by alien people, fulfilling their dreams on science needed, with their memories put to sleep on this as tots. The other brother avoids black hole radio control, meets them later to control a wave blast of energy and help home. Beneath the black hole was a lost station. Iron fell into its lands like an atom bomb blast. The island protected the space program controls. Similar to Hiroshima, but much worse. Monitoring low alien lands in the black hole. Islands people cut off Asian islanders, and the English-type Europeans who were not European at all ran the station. Being monitored by Area 54 in Arizona. The boys' grandfathers and uncles worked in that field, keep up with the station space systems, making parts for government UFO programs. He drove his grandson to see his job site, past checkpoints, into deep state territory, restricted area, in, out. The boy had his grandfather's camera, secretly videotaping, kept the video capture card, had videotaped UFOs over their car, saucer-shaped. His grandfather told him how he first saw a orange light, one when he was younger while driving, and how his grandma saw men in black uniform. The boy hid the tape in the seat as they drove past checkpoint really fast. He had told of a special house he had out here. Second family, distant spaceland uncles of his that used these systems to get out to their world, and his ancestry related to English kings, part German, Irish, Cherokee. But then he told of North Atlantic off-world ancestry, and Plymouth referred to a video of Indian cartoon of off-world Plymouth below the tropical Arctic or Antarctic, another world, polar type lands, and famous secret space astronauts, lost mission programs, secret NASA-like videos, which he took back to work documentary teaching his grandson alternate history. The child hid the capture card in a tree of the video of work for later, just in case. They had toured a business, flight off-world business, selling UFOs for off-world flight, and top secret government Groom Lake-like cities. He had a workmate, young David Tennis, who was living in a sunken cove off Florida and the deep Mobile Islands fishing zone near Uncle Tom, a ham radio TV personality, talk show host for the island system. They would drive to these towns, meet family, friends, flea market, yard sales, to meet people, exchange messages, staying these houses of second family. David and the boy were at Area 51 and got arrested at a party, detained, questioned, but let go, banned from coming back there. David was off-world Crimson Tide former player. Football. He thought of the Southern Indian Island State as the first Crimson Tide tradition, a national title player, the rich tide history of the Atlantic, which connected to our world. Generations of famous players, radio announcers, and the Olympic-type gold medal games for football, basketball, tennis, various other sports, week-long tournaments, and the Pacific, Northern Canada, Atlantic country called David, and provinces called Matt, leading up to the Pacific rim of Earth, or exterior Earth branches to our Earth, being torn down, the branches and bends going up to space. There were many outer country territory and map zones with names like Amber, Oriental-like, or the African Orientals and tribe country lands which played in the galactic games, stretching back to slave Roman territories, India, worlds they conquered, rich sports history in the family. Rich sports history and division of its programs in the front woods, mountainous West Arizona Bluffway, going up to Canadian territory through Indian trails. The boys had a playground cutting into trees. Matt and the boys with Brad played and built a road system trail to the Alabama territory. They were near a off-world flight path. The road in the oxygen-rich mountains woods was long, much tree territory unexplored. They played with toy four-wheel cars and real ones, and had radio technology for map directions like GPS in the woods. They together hand-made the road and developed their grandfather's farms into cities. Technological. The playground was fun, playing kids' games, swinging. The woods, windy. They had street hockey, football, playing since little tots. In the snow mountains near the first country houses in the deep forest rural community in development being landscaped. The whole country was the poor Southerners being driven from their homes off their land by big city developers. The boy didn't care, played hard every day. The secret mountains were abundant in silver-like metal, which they put in spray cans for building trail roads or sealing pools. Special kind of metal. Matt had distant cousins, Matthew, who worked for the TV network, talking about space stars and news about the probe mission storms of Earth at night, with cartoon shows that still came on Channel 8 public broadcast if you could tune it in on antenna, digital, old version of digital antenna. And he knew people going on the long, deep local galactic missions. In the history of the space programs, a man in his 50s, mustache, husky guy, talked about stars and deep space missions and the chance astronomical of making it out there in time. Keep looking out, he said. As things quieted and the boy moved to Alabama Hills, he played some sports every now and then with his old friends, but they forgot the older friends and life, seeing it as a Alabama day, totally. Space Force mission travelers were starting to broadcast things on the local satellite networks about space stations and the hard, dangerous mission test flights, high speed and territory conflicts with other nations like China. Almost another world watched it. Speaking of hot belt military secret station lands, low base rumors, barely surviving, protecting our zone, hot, humid lands, the little water cut off through the asteroid fields and planet systems. Of course, you had your talk shows that talk about better space station launch news, showing floating international crews rotating for us like companies, the greater U.S. System Corporation. TV personalities from space hero shows and time travel dramas appear on screen from other worlds, mirror images of our own shows. Maybe that's where we got the ideas. They got it from much older still photo TV broadcasts of time travel shows. You need special satellite clearance package to watch these international shows and military channels, covert UFO stories, conspiracy that got pulled. The known International Space Station and country stations become top secret, quietly known, and its future launch missions, while public stations theorized about on higher packages told about galactic planet neighbors, civilizations, programs of ours that were failing, but exciting still to learn about long distance travel and probes searching the higher galaxy. And tech TV with character Pong was popular, starting to get introduced to international TV, and was going to cover a secret space launch, touring from the south, the northern outer world of the Atlantic, which was known now finished, building a space zone landway. International English Scottish regions had talk shows that would call other regions, report news, crossover, a lot of fun to watch. And the science space dramas and educational space deep theoretical space science shows, similar to History the Universe show, a higher version, different people, and the particle space accelerators that the U.S. was testing for its missions and stations that the boy and his grandfather long forgot they wrote for in school. Information collected on high space systems with deep accelerators, telescopes, theoretical. At Uncle Tom's, they had Lookout Horizon deep fishing news and conspiracy of USOs, unidentified submersible objects. Alien conspiracy was wild. Vast stations on mountain lands, space zones showed on news, first released to public. Even ventured to Mars, Roman zones, ancient Roman planet-based size planets, bigger than a solar system, much bigger. Mainly news told about sea storms, weather, and how space news affected the weather and traffic. Boats, vast ships, deep bend earth, oceans between worlds, docks, news, function, trade, great mountains between worlds, white rock clefts, and streams and lakes. Beautiful public networks talk about their local off-world or exterior Earth vacation islands, private outerior locations and canyons, and world airlines. Stories for children about them on public TV. The Perry Island Airlines, world-to-world system airlines. The islands had many fit people in beaches and beautiful beach flowers. Mobile outer islands ran to one secure location. A TV show for learning the history of it as kids. TV hosts from super space hero shows talk about the history of the world and islands and first off-world airline flights and dimensional pressured airline engines, ships, fun stories acted out game-like, like the Where in the World is the Bad Guy shows, a different international version you get on International Station Public Views, and funny language shows and kids shows about man in a kangaroo suit fights crime and has stories and situations for learning about life. Spica System, the outer Spica Earth-based colony started by Fred from Earth astronaut, first crossed the light barrier and founded a guide colony connected to other galactic guide worlds, where at the ports they watched space movies, comedies. His family were into the acting. Beetlejuice system, children's space movie adventures, great movie systems on these spring-made guide worlds of Earth, galactic government. System. At the house on Earth, such movies were watched at night in the bedroom, special copies from a man named Forb from the outer colonies of Earth, hitching lifts to Earth, former worker for the Planetary Trash Company. He made a movie about a trash company taking over space, inventing from a warp drive system, taking a trash freighter around space to Beetlejuice mining companies. Forb is a brown, light-skinned person who tans darker in the sun. Amber's best friend and her cousin play in movies with him. Big plot, space traveling, sucked into space, adventure. Too fast, seeing the space lanes. Adventure, comedy. What will happen?